Fab. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good evening and welcome back to Once Upon a Roll and our Eden campaign. Let's jump into the recap. Last we left off, the group was in Duen, a small town at the edge of the Varieties desert, populated mostly by gnomes, where they found some interesting characters, including an interesting little shop full of mechanical and clockwork gizmos and little toys and figures that moved and danced on their own. In the town to find a connection between Dene Lavelle of Worthy and these slavers in the desert, hoping to continue to track down these slavers and hopefully Netadian's mother, led you to the Snake and Asp Tavern and its proprietor and barkeep, Olafur Titaken, who, through some cunning deduction and luck, as far as getting him drunk and having some suspicious things being spilled, you discover that he was indeed the contact for these slavers. Working out a deal with him, you took the stone that he had used, the sending stone that he had used to communicate with whoever it is on the other side that he would communicate with, and you assisted him by getting him, telling him that you could get him out of Twinbon and away from these slavers and people that would do him harm if they had known the transgressions against them that he had just done, essentially. So, with him laying out a little bit of the desert in a map for the three of you, him letting you know that the bandits in some way do have a connection with these slavers, whether it be amicable or not, you're not sure at the moment. But essentially, he pointed you in the direction of the bandits' camp, the No Man's Bandits camp in the Varieties desert. So, with that in mind, with Netadian's mother and her freedom on the line, and perhaps even, if time and circumstance allow, looking into the disappearance of this Yimin Wivel, this tinkerer that had made a deal with these bandits and had, according to his wife and children, pretty much just disappeared after making that deal and leaving with them, not making contact or returning for weeks. And three of you began out into the desert, gathering provisions, foodstuffs, waters, filling all of your water skins to the brim. You made your way into the desert, where you found a large cactus. Large enough, in fact, for Elevorn to cast transport via plants. The three of you, along with Olafur, who had all of his belongings that he deemed necessary to take with him. And you're standing there in front of the cactus. Olafur hands, let's just say for whatever, some revisionist history here, Olafur hands the stone over to Duran. I'm not sure if they can track this or not, but get rid of it if you will. If it could be of any use to you in finding whoever it is you're looking for, maybe hang on to it. I don't want it on me. I want to cut all ties. I don't want any part of this. And he hands you the stone, the smooth sending stone.
Oh, that's understandable. I'll make it work somehow.
Hopefully it helps. Like I said before, expect to hear from them around noontime when the sun is the highest. That was our agreed upon time for me to be near the stone in case they needed to reach out to me. I'm not sure if I would recommend trying to reach out to them first, but that's up to you.
Elevorn, whenever you're ready.
thought we already yeeted him into Ampeville.
A little bit of a revisionist history, like I said.
Also, I never gave the stone back.
I didn't know you had it. Sure, you have it. You have it then. He gives it to Ned Dion.
No, I
didn't know. I forgot. That's what I said. I just wanted to make sure that it was known that you guys had it.
Okay, yeah.
Apologies.
Well, let's just say he just told us that we can keep it.
He just told you about the stone.
So, when you get there, if you want to, you could find Artat and Rizy. They're, you might fit in with them, I think.
Alright, I'll look for these two named Artat and Rizy. Okay.
Artat should be hard to miss. He's pretty tall.
Okay, look for a tall fella named Artat and Rizy. Got it.
Remember the last time we, sent people to Ampeville, Bask didn't quite like it, and maybe he should find Bask too. First.
Artat, Rizy, and Bask. Find Bask first. Anything else?
Just be safe.
Okay. I will. Just... What are we doing out here in the desert then?
And then I'm going to put my hand carefully on the cactus and cast the spell. Very carefully.
Oh, okay. That is something.
As the portal opens and you can see the green of nice early summer in Ambervale. Looks to be flourishing. If you guys look closely enough, you can see the wooden walls that seem to have been, kept well enough. And then off in the distance, you can even see beyond the walls, the hill that you had the command tent in at once upon a time. And you can even see small amounts of burgeoning new forests, or forest, like basically the tree farm that Bask and the others in Ambervale, with the help of Rizy, with her small bits of druidic magic, were able to begin to cultivate. But Olafur heads through, tripping on his way in, just to keep some sort of continuity, and the portal closes, leaving the three of you ready to head into the desert with nothing but the cracked, broken, smoldering, dry land in front of you. It's not really sandy at this point, it's more just kind of like wasteland, badlands type of just hard, compact earth. As you continue forward into the desert, winds begin to whip some sand along your feet and boots, causing some of you to have to put hoods up or raise a hand against the small bits of stinging sand that collide with your face and exposed skin. Nearly instantly, the oppressive sun and heat of this desert, with nowhere to shade or hide yourself from it, makes itself very apparent and very present. Are you all in your desert clothing?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
So, despite you guys having, cooler clothing on and ample amounts of water at the moment, that doesn't that helps you against exhaustion. But if you're traveling at a normal pace like you would in anywhere else in the world and anywhere else that you had through your travels, pretty much, exhaustion might still be a factor. So it's that balance between exhaustion and timeliness. So it's up to you guys. You guys are walking northward into the Verdity Desert. take it away.
Well,
Amberville looked kind of nice.
yeah. Better than this place.
Well, anything is better than this place.
Why does this kind of place even exist?
And Elvorn is not really listening because she's just sort of crying in her mind. She's like, I want to go home. But she's not saying that. She's just like, carrying on.
A shadow blocks the sun temporarily over the three of you. And you look up, clear skies pretty much, to this silhouetted figure that is blocking the sun that is swooping down towards you. And you have to turn away as the sun comes out and the gleaming reflection of the golden scales of Gildy as the Draconel lands at your side, Dadan.
Oh.
Thank God it's just your mount bed. What would I even call it? What was...
It's Gildy. And then I'm going to, Gildy, this is Nerdion. Nerdion, this is Gildy.
With understanding in its eyes, as I believe that uncommon is what you would have imparted upon this dragon when you summoned it. This dragon now. It understands. It looks like it understands. It looks from Elevorn to Nerdion and gives a bit of a nod and then stands up straight and looks back to Dadan before kind of just falling in step with him. The sun definitely it's at times difficult to look directly at Gildy as the golden scales just reflect the sun really, really well and just glancing glimmers in this this light.
He's rather, shiny.
Yeah, maybe Bahamut should have chosen a different thing as his favorite color.
Like matte black or something. That would make it terrible for him.
So, should we just try to go find the thieves or the slavers right now, or should we still wait a bit?
Oh, I thought we were already on our way.
I guess we kinda are. I mean, we're already outside the city, at least, but...
I don't think there's anything else for us in the city for now. So,
You mean we haven't even really left yet? It's just been walking.
You look back, you're like 200 feet outside of Twin Bond. Ah!
Ah!
It's been like 10 minutes.
The map he gave us, so it didn't really have, like, anything on it.
No, it wasn't too terribly accurate, but I mean, I can see.
So, looking at the map, you can see where the general shape of the desert. You can see where Thwinbon is marked at the edge of it. You see little places that seem to have been kind of penciled or drawn in, so you can't tell if they're like ink marked in afterwards. Very clearly that it's not the same kind of cartography that the map was made in, so you're not sure how accurate it is, but it does note a handful of small, what looked like palm trees with little ponds of water, some denoting oases. But they are very spread out, and according to where Olafor had told you the bandit camp was, there's one, maybe two along that route without going too far out of the way. If the map is accurate.
Give us a fake map.
Let's go back to Amberville and kick his ass.
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't find your mom, it doesn't sound bad.
It doesn't. Amberville honestly doesn't sound bad at all. I think the hate is definitely getting to me. So,
That's your mom, Neri.
Should we just try to go one of these spots or whatever these could be called? I'll like point to one of the oasis things.
Yeah, I don't know why she would know that. True. That looks like water and trees. That looks
Maybe.
nice.
Yeah, I mean, that was the only plan we had, I think, because otherwise we're just wandering, hoping we find the slavers' camp or whatever it is.
And they probably would stay nearby an oasis if they don't have like other weird means of getting some water or something.
So, I could, do that turn us into wind thing, but we'd be traveling really fast, and I don't know if it would be any cooler, if it'd be hotter, or how that would work, and also we'd have to be careful because...
As you know, there's still it's not super gusty, but it's enough that you can feel the sand peppering your exposed skin like before. So,
But I don't think we could get sunburned.
It might be a welcome change. And faster could be better.
Well, that's what I was saying. We have to be careful because we could get really lost really fast.
oh yeah, definitely. Like with a map that's already kind of inaccurate, if you guys were to be taken by the wind, you could find yourselves. You move faster, but you move faster into a desert that you have no idea where you are.
But we don't have to move super fast. We could not use so much speed, but just maybe the wind part of it? I don't know. Or we could try to fly, maybe.
At the moment, either one of those options sound good to me.
Water.
Well, what's the decision? You guys want to fly? Durand has a mount. The other thing about flying, or about the turning into the wind form, is you have some creatures where it might be difficult to get them to be considered willing creatures, i.e. the Tressum and the Griffin.
Oh. Boom. Alright, let's just fly them.
Alright. Should I conjure some stuff to go with your... for Meridian and I, or...
But I have guildies, so I can be fine with. You can do for you.
Alright. So, what are you doing, Elevorn? As I guess Thran is going to mount up on Gildy.
Yep.
Your gold Dragonel. You go over and kind of hunches down for you to easier mount up. So he's a bit hot to the touch.
Oh. True. Gold.
Gold, metal, heat.
I'll pat him. Hopefully that does something. Get the
What?
heat off.
Just
Drop the heat off.
Just throw like a blanket over him or something.
Oh, true. I have casual clothes.
Something to protect your thighs from burning.
Giant eagles for Meridian.
Okay. Alright, so as you guys mount up and you take off and you continue to fly northward, again, thankfully it doesn't seem like there's too much wind beneath you, so you can see and keep, you can see pretty far as the terrain is mostly flat, and as you begin to fly quickly, the cracked and desolate earth is starting to become this smooth and sort of wavy sand that is molded and shaped by the patterns of the winds of the day. You can see miles and miles on end, and towards the end you get that kind of shimmering heat wave type effect near the horizon. Nothing but cacti, small mammals, some larger mammals, some that you haven't seen before. These large warthog-like creatures except they have no fur, and it looks like they have this either stone or like iron rigid plating along their spines with two large tusks that go and bisect between their nose and their snout, moving in large herds across the desert, stopping at any sort of small tuft of grass or plant life to chew it up, and small animals scattering in their approach. You share the skies with buzzards and condors and other desert animals as well that do keep their distance away from you, but you see them circling off in the distance over what looks like a already half-eaten carcass of some other animal. And by the end of the hour, when you guys come back down, Durand, I would like you to make a Constitution check for Gildy. As you guys land, you guys are hot, you guys are sweating, but you're not exhausted. You've drank enough water and everything. You guys are fine. The only one that has exerted themselves that would require a check is Gildy.
What is his?
That's a good question. Dragonelle. How constituted fish are you, Dragonelle? How constitutedness are you?
All right, 18.
18? Nice. Yeah, not bad. So it's just +1, yeah?
No. I thought it's I thought it was confirming the number. So 15 plus 1, 16.
Okay. Yeah, Gildy is fine. Breathing a bit heavily, but still standing straight and proud as you guys land and the summoned eagles disappear. You pull off some more water. You guys are only about a quarter of a way through a water skin at this point. It's only been about an hour and a half of travel. And it's not too bad. You guys aren't too horrible. The sand beneath your feet isn't too much to the point where it's difficult terrain, but it definitely does make walking just that much more, a little bit more difficult, kind of like walking on the beach. It's nothing too terrible at this point, but it's not as easy as flat land. Are you going to fly again, or are you guys going to walk for a while?
Hmm.
We could take a little walk break.
I mean, I guess, sure. So, let's see what direction were we going again?
So, you're heading mostly northward. It's kind of like a north by northwest type of direction to get to the bandit camp, if the map is accurate. So somebody make a survival check, please, as you continue to walk and gauge your direction. Pretty much, the sun is up there. It's apparent. It's easy enough to use it to guide what direction you're heading in. There are no landmarks or anything for you to judge yourself, gauge, because you're not familiar with this place. That and it's a big, open, empty desert with lots of just repeating little bits of cacti and the same little brush-like plant life.
17.
17. So Elevorn kind of blocking out the sun for the most part, doing the quick understanding, just continues and trudges on. You guys follow. As you're walking, sweat beginning to brim and drip from your brow. You get a little bit of comfort as kind of walking behind you with wings spread is Gildy, providing some amount of shade. It's mostly a dry heat, though. So, are you guys going to continue on until it's time to rest?
I think so.
All right. In that case, what's up? In that case, I'd like everybody, including Gildy, to make a Constitution check, please. I'll say this is about 3 hours in.
It's just straight Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
5.
12. We are not handling this heat well.
Still on Gildy?
Sorry. Thank you. Mine is 18. Is 11.
Okay. So, there's a moment where Gildy seems to lose a step. The wings come down, kind of tired from holding them up. Dran, you notice that seems to be breathing a bit heavier from the sort of hours of walking provided you guys shade. You go to give him a quick drink of water from your water skin when you hear something from behind you, previously in front of you, now behind you. Elevorn, you're continuing onward. For the last maybe half hour, you've stopped wiping the sweat from your brow entirely. Too exhausting to even do that. So you have the sweat stinging your eyes and blurring your vision a bit, but you are continuing onward until Dran, you notice Elevorn stumbles a bit and falls to a knee and gets back up, and you can see that she's shaky. Elevorn, you have a point of exhaustion.
I'll run up to her and just try to help her up. or stand up and straighten.
Yeah.
I guess
Elevon
I'll
can-
also
yeah.
sacrifice a little bit of my water and just pour it over her like forehead and stuff, like
Okay.
try to cool her off, I guess.
Alright, so at this point, you guys are about. You guys have about 3 more hours of daylight. But doesn't seem like Elevon is in the best way at this moment. So right now, Elevon, you have disadvantage on ability checks until you take your next long rest.
Thank you. Sorry.
No. I think this heat is just getting to us all, and I mean, we aren't really used to this kind of heat, so I'm not feeling too well either, and I guess I'll just kind of like look around, try to see if I could spot maybe some shade. I know I just did that to myself again, but
No, it's okay. Like, there's no point in making a check. You're seeing, looking all around, it's basically just flat, empty in all directions. Like, you might
Even
be
Neri
able
can
to
see
some
this.
shade, like if you get next to like a cactus, perhaps, but not that much. Nothing that would provide any sort of substantial cover from the heat. Not within eyesight, anyway.
I don't. Durand and
Gildy walks up to past like Durand and up on the other side of Elevorn and kind of leans down, basically offering a ride to Elevorn.
Oh, you're tired too, though. Are you sure?
Gives you a little bit of a nod. Seems a bit rejuvenated by the water and the slight break. It does, like I said, everybody else, varying stages of annoyed with the heat, but not taking it like Elevorn took it. So Gildy seems positive that he can offer you a bit of respite.
So Elevorn will climb on him and be like, "Thank you, Guilty."
So hopping onto the little bit of like blanket or common clothing, whatever Durand used to like shield from, Gildy's metallic scales that do well to make the sun hot. So might need some more padding if you're going to like rest and lean up on the Dragonelle, but as far as just sitting there, you should be fine.
I mean, if she wants to lean down more, I guess I can dig out my cloak and use it.
Yeah, you drape your cloak over like kind of the base of Gildy's neck where it meets his back and shoulders where the wings come out and are currently tucked in. You guys are going to continue onward with Elevorn just it's kind of that way. Or if you're going to continue onward, who's going to make the survival check to continue on the path where you believe it will take you to where you want to go? If Elevorn makes it, it will be at disadvantage.
I'm not sure how long we should try to go on, but I mean, we do have tents.
I think we should stop.
Okay.
Like right here, right now, or
Well, we should be looking to.
Okay. It's up to you guys. You have, like I said, about 3 more hours of daylight. And that's, again, it's up to you. If you want to try to switch things up so that you're traveling at night and trying to sleep during the day, that's your call as well.
Probably
Way
better.
to take the words
That
out of my
leads-
mouth.
Hmm?
I was about to say that.
Sorry.
Just be like, hey, maybe we've got this all wrong. Like, it might be easier to travel in the cold of night than it is in the hot of the day.
Alright. So you're going to kind of start that. If you start that now, like I said, you've got about 3 hours till sundown, it looks like. So you're going to try to stop now and then wake up with about a little bit of dark time till sunup and kind of try to fix your schedules a bit.
I mean, considering how the nights were, during, that was so much nicer. So I definitely wouldn't say no to resting already and maybe trying to get up early or even during the night and then walking along, but
The other thing is might be a bit more difficult to navigate at night than during the day. Like, yes, you can use the stars to navigate, but I'm not sure if you guys are. It might be more difficult than just determining what a compass direction is based on the sun. You know, that's a lot simpler than using the stars. But anyway, so you guys setting up for camp here?
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna find any better spot, so may as well.
Alright. So, out here in the middle of the desert, in the middle of nowhere, you guys set up your tents. What are you guys doing? It's kind of early again. Like, you guys can, begin the prospects of a long rest, but immediately just falling asleep, it might be a little bit difficult. But as long as you guys don't do anything strenuous for the duration of a long rest, you're fine. So you guys set up the tents. I guess, Elevorn, do you, crawl into one? You all crawl into some tents, get out of the sun, except for Gildy. Poor Gildy.
yeah, poor Gildy.
Do you guys have 3 tents? I think Neri has a big one.
Yeah, I got a 2-person tent. I think either Rond or Elamon got one too. I think we had 2 of
Two two-person tents?
I think we had, but I might be remembering wrong.
Durand, Elevorn, can one of you either confirm or deny that?
I don't have a tent.
Oh no.
I do. I have a 2-person tent.
You have a 2-person tent? Alright. So, Elevorn and Durand, you guys go into this 2-person tent. Netadion, you set yours up. It takes you a good 20-30 minutes to set up these tents. The ground here doesn't offer much in the way of stability, but you manage to drive the stakes in enough that they are able to hold up.
Maybe if we're lucky, there's at least some rocks or something to help, steady the stakes.
Yeah, you can wedge some rocks around it to give it some more stability. Yeah. So you guys go in, and again, you're not too tired to the point of sleeping, but you're definitely thankful for the rest and the shade from the sun, although the heat and the sun, you can tell, you can see it through the canvas of your tents just waiting for you right on the other side. After about half an hour, Durand, Elevorn, you guys are in the tent, kind of resting, relaxing. Your tent kind of opens up, and just laying there with just the neck and part of the head, Gildy is just trying to get some respite from the sun. Just sticks his head in and lays down near you guys, at your feet basically, or near the entrance to the tent.
Yeah, I shouldn't leave Gilly out through all of this. Not particularly fair to him.
Except, he seems resolute. He seems he sees the look that you're giving him, and can you make an insight check for Gildy?
Sure.
So it would be plus his wisdom. So you guys can take out and take care of the griffin and the tressum.
Five.
5? Okay, never mind. He doesn't know what you're thinking.
Fuck.
Well, I could make him smaller, maybe. I don't know. Can I? I mean, I could change him like I change you. I mean, I've changed you, and I changed myself sometimes too. Maybe if you wanted. Basically, offering to polymorph him so he can be tiny and in the tent.
I mean,
For an hour.
I think it'd be good.
Something.
I think it'd be good.
Gildy, I'm going to make you smaller for a little while.
It's like kind of like a confused but acknowledging look.
Can I turn him into like a little, some kind of lizard? I don't know lizards very well. I'm sorry.
A little bearded dragon.
Yes.
Sure. He comes in. He's got like sort of a yellowish, orangish hue, not quite golden, but still like bits of remnants of there. But manages to fully get into the tent and curls up and looks a lot more comfortable. Until the hour ends, and then it just kind of explodes out of your tent.
No, I just guessed it. I just use all my 4th level spell slots. Keep Gildy comfy until the sun goes down.
Okay, that's fine. You can do that. Yeah, sure. You'll maintain it to every hour. Like when you're kind of coming back, but you're still not. You still feel a bit hazy, like not quite to the point of any sort of like heat exhaustion or anything like that, but maybe on the onset of it. But then after about 3 hours or so, the sun does drop and go down, and with it, the temperature almost instantly begins to drop as well. That's when Gildy heads back out and becomes the Dragonelle again. And I assume Durand is going to be taking the first watch, Gildy?
Yeah.
Okay. Should Gildy be able to get exhausted? Is that a thing that we want? That's a thing that I'm curious about. Like, does he require sleep? I mean, I get that he's like
That's
he's
such a
spirit. It's really how much do you want to have this Dragonelle be an actual creature? Or close to one. I feel like exhaustion from like heat and exertion should be a thing, but does it require sleep? Or does staying awake or without rest make it exhausted? I feel like, would spirits need to rest their minds? Like, does that make sense? Do spirits have minds?
I mean, why don't we just implement something similar to, I mean, because elves don't need to sleep, but they do need to trance.
Needs to rest. It can't be vigilant like
24/7.
24/7, right?
Yeah, I
It does
agree
need
with that.
to sort of it does need to recharge its batteries in some way.
Yeah,
where
I
it's not-
definitely.
Okay. So we'll give it the elf treatment, the 4 hours every 24 hours. That sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Alright, so who's taking the first watch as the sun does begin to drop down, and you guys are understanding, like, okay, if we're going to travel during the night and we're going to start to do that, we should probably get some sleep now, wake up while it's still dark, and try to transition into night travel.
I could take the first watch, I guess. Take care of my little Tresem at the same time, because it also probably has a little bit of heat exhaustion.
Okay. So, Elavon and Drand, you guys are getting some sleep? Or trance?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
I would like Netadian to make a perception check, please.
12.
Okay. That is disappointingly enough. About 2 hours in, after you have taken care of the Tressum and it's curled up and it's asleep, and it's strange the change in temperatures. It goes from being way too wickedly hot to now the Tressum kind of needs to be bundled up a bit to stay warm in the nights here. You see a glint of light reflecting off of like the stars of the moon in the sky. A pair of eyes. A few pair of eyes, multiple pairs of eyes, kind of slowly maintaining a distance of about maybe 60, 70 feet. They look like some sort of dog-like creature. A pack of them that have taken notice of your camp and are coming in from about 3 different angles, like just slowly stepping towards. It seems like they're moving cautiously, slowly, trying to stay low as possible, seeming trying to sneak up, but you manage to catch them.
Kind of like taking a glance towards Duran's tent. And also thinking about if I should go wake them up or not, but...
You see, like, outside the tent, beside it, curled up with the wings folded over it, is the golden dragonelle, getting its rest as well. You're the only one, as far as you know, that's conscious.
First of all, just in case, before I go wake Durand up, I'm gonna summon my snake out of the arm of them, so...
Okay. Like I said, they're about 60, 70 feet away. And you
Yeah.
summon the snake out in front of you.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna go and wake up Durand. Like,
Okay. What's the
shake
snake
his
doing
leg.
in the meantime?
What?
What's the snake doing in the meantime?
I'm just gonna have
holding
it
it
like stay there to kind of like keep eye on things. I know it can't really do too much, but it's there just in case.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm gonna like shaking Duran's leg and
Duran, you're a light enough sleeper when you're not in a safe space.
Yep. Yeah. What happened?
well, nothing quite yet, but I don't know what to call those things, but there's creatures coming at us. They kind of like have dog-like form, but I don't know. But we're dogs, if they are dogs, but they're coming at us, and they're like kind of surrounding us almost.
Alright, okay, alright, let's get prepared.
Like I already did. My snake is out. Don't kill it.
Yeah, I remember it. Okay,
Here.
reach over and get Bellivore out of a trance.
Sure. As you guys hear a growl, a bark, a hiss, a yelp, and then a clatter of metal, wood, like someone just knocked over a bookshelf.
Yeah.
There's not even bookshelves over here. Where are we?
What is?
Should I go check?
Definitely.
I'm coming too.
Alright, so you guys get out, and you can see that now there are some of these dogs, these jackal-looking kind of like desert dog creatures that are within 10 feet of you as soon as you exit. You can see that one of them is currently kind of coiled up with the snake that has bitten it, and it's kind of yelping and struggling against it. The noise that you hear, you see coming from your tent, Netadian, there is just a bunch of stuff all laid out, just a bunch of items just laid out in front of the tent. You can see a couple swords, you see a pair of gauntlets, some jewelry, and an inside out bag of holding amidst it. As some of the jackals are you see two jackals that are running off, each with what looks like a solid sized ration in its mouth, just heading back off into the desert. There are still probably half a dozen that are around, as a couple of them are poking through, kind of smelling for food in the stuff that you would have had in your bag of holding, of which now is all scattered around out in front of your tent.
I'm just gonna like be so frustrated, and they're like, ah.
Just going to like. Go ahead.
I was just gonna like try to scare him off with like a firebolt
A
from my
fire
glove. Wearing the gloves.
Okay. Yeah,
I
sure.
gotta
Make
take
an
them off.
intimidation check.
An intimidation
I mean,
check.
Let's try.
I'm so frustrated at the dogs or whatever they are, and just gonna use a Toll the Dead on one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a natural one.
Uh,
What's the intimidation check?
is 14.
14. Okay, that's a 12, probably minus some stuff on their part. So the about 4 or so dogs that are now like 10 feet away from you that were beginning to like sort of growl menacing towards you, see this like small spark and explosion of fire heads towards them and like explodes into a burst of a shower of sparks like 3 feet in front of them. They stagger backwards and kind of give off one of those just a sort of pitiful yelp before a couple of them turn and flee. Others look around and those flee as well. There are still maybe about three that are rooting through the stuff in the bag of holding, and then the one that at this point has been strangled out by your armband snake.
I mean, I would cast Toll of
Yeah,
the Dead on one of the
naturally.
ones that is trying to go through my bag.
Yeah, go ahead and roll damage against an undamaged creature.
Yeah, I'm just like, 1d8. Oh no, wait.
It's probably more. It's like 3, isn't it?
3. Yeah,
Yeah,
3.
3d8.
Well,
12. Yeah, the one you can hear this sort of this high-pitched vibration, sort of skull-rattling sound as you watch as like it looks like the eyes kind of swell and begin to bleed before the jackal yelps and collapses with looks like a little piece of something like an old piece of clothing or something that you had in there, like that it was like kind of rooting through and tearing and starting to chew through, but it falls over dead. Yeah. The other two there, one of them doesn't seem to find what it wants in there and sees the three of you, sees the snake, and heads off. The one remaining one that's rooting through your stuff does seem to find some food rations and goes and snatches it into its mouth and begins to turn and run. But it's still within range if you wanted to do anything.
No.
Okay. So other than the mess out here, there are no jackals around except for the one that your snake had dealt with and the one that you had slain with Told the Dead. Whoever's keeping track of rations, whether you have your own, like, if you have your own track, Cele, you can go ahead and mark off 3 as the jackals had taken them.
I'm still not gonna even worry about that. I'm worried about my little Tressum, so I'm gonna go check it out.
So the Tressum, I believe, would you go into the tent, and initially you don't see the Tressum. I don't believe you would keep it in the bag of holding, so
No,
not in there.
I'm not fully sure where they managed to still kind of like snoop around, so I'm gotta make sure.
You do find your Tressum towards the back in one of the corners of the tents. You see it wide-eyed, the milky white blind eyes of the Tressum. It's wide-eyed. It seems like it's shivering, shaking. Its hair standing on end, and as you approach it, it kind of like hisses, swipes out at you before you're able to kind of take it, and it recognizes you and calms down a bit.
I'll pick it up gently and just try to pet it and soothe it, and then go outside and just kind of like check the other things out. And
going through and taking some time, it doesn't look like anything was taken other than rations by the dogs.
Yeah, I'm still putting them together.
Mm-hmm. It takes a while to.
Yeah.
You know what happens if you turn a bag of holding inside out. At least all the contents of your
now
bag are
Neri
just
knows
scattered
what
around.
happens.
Hmm?
Now Neri knows what happens.
Yeah, now Neri knows what happens.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, you turn a bag of holding inside out, all of its contents just kind of explode outward.
Well, luckily, you all seem to be okay.
And soon the footfalls of the jackals as they had retreated off fade from your perception, and nothing left but the sound of the nocturnal insects of the desert and the slight sound of the wind as it sort of ruffles your tents.
Well, if there isn't anything else, I can still definitely use the rest.
So, you guys get back to resting. Neri, you fix up and regather your things into the bag. You know, maybe rediscovering some things like, oh yeah, that was in there that you didn't before.
I didn't remember I had that.
Why did I put this in there? Oh. But I guess Gildy takes the second, or who?
Yeah.
Okay. So Gildy takes the second, and you guys all come to rested, no longer exhausted, with maybe a couple hours left until daybreak. It is probably the couple hours after sunset and the couple hours before sunrise are probably the most comfortable temperatures that you have felt so far in this climate. So you begin walking, you break down the tents, and you head off, and it's not bad. It's rather nice, actually. It's not humid, so that's good.
Right. So this is a good time to travel then. Super early.
Elevon, or somebody. Can somebody make a survival check for me? As you guys continue walking, and slowly, over the course of the next few days, you completely adjust your schedules to traveling during the cool of night and resting during the heat of the day.
It's a 25.
25, nice.
Wow.
Completely bypassing everything about the desert exhaustion. How could I have not foreseen this?
I mean, I also have commune with nature prepared too.
For what?
To find the nearest body of water within 3 miles.
3 miles. That is a ways, but it's
May
not.
not be far enough, but that's
Yeah.
fine. Then I know I got
Well,
to keep going.
Are you going to try to do it?
Well, I was
Ooh.
just saying, that I prepared it, so if we want to have some sort of,
Do you want to use it at some point, or?
I wouldn't mind, but I mean, at the same time, like, we can just continue.
Okay. Well, we'll say that you guys are traveling for a few days, and you're communing with nature. I'm saying at least once each day. As of yet, the first day that you kind of traveled, you didn't get anything. The second day, nothing. If you're looking for bodies of water, and it's no roll, you just know these things.
The spell gives you knowledge of the land within 3 miles of you. The spell doesn't function where nature has been replaced by construction, such as dungeons and towns. You instantly gain knowledge of up to 3 facts of your choice about any of the following subjects as they relate to the area: terrain and bodies of water, prevalent plants, minerals, animals, or people, powerful celestial fae, fiends, elementals, or undead, influential beings from other planes of existence, buildings.
Okay. Well, what 3 things are you gonna be looking for answers?
Interesting.
Well, if I could find snake people, that'd be great.
Yeah,
Okay.
can we find snake
But
people?
I doubt it.
1.
Water?
That's 2.
What were you saying, dude?
no, the snake things is a really good one.
It says peoples, so the snake peoples.
Sure.
Take me to the snake people's nature.
Nature. Come on, nature. And what else? Is it any people, or do you have to specify? Does it just say, "Hey, there are people there this way? There be people."
It says peoples. Prevalent
That is-
plants, minerals, animals, or peoples.
What? Oh
Powerful
my god.
celestial fae,
That
fiends,
is
elementals.
broken.
Keyword there then, prevalent. Okay.
I mean, I don't know.
Does it tell you if there's like one random traveler walking by? Like, do?
I don't know. You tell me if there's one random traveler. Is there a random traveler?
Buildings. I'm looking for a building.
Give
For
me a
buildings,
building.
prevalent
I would
peoples,
like a
and
city.
water. All right. So after 3 days of night travel, it even gets to the point where you're like netted down. You're wearing your cloak again, and it's like, how is it so cold at night, so hot during the day? This is a bullshit place. I hate this. At the end of your 3rd day of travel, Elevon, you sit down and you do your commune as you guys are starting to get towards the end of your water skins. You do get near the very edge of your reach and your senses, water.
I
Well,
do also have create or destroy water.
Well, you do, so you guys could fill that up. So water's not an issue for you guys. Elevon could refill water skins. Duran can make food.
My god. The
This
self-sustain is
this
easy.
is an adventure that needs to happen at like 2nd level.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Not just
Oh,
like, oh, whatever.
Yeah,
I can create
whatever. I
this
lost
more.
3 rations, but Durand over here can make some more food, so nothing
Yeah,
to
but
worry.
it's bland and tasteless. Like, who cares?
That is true. But Elevon can make it tasteful.
She can spice it up. Yeah, there you go.
Everything tastes like cinnamon rolls.
Everything. You just have cinnamon and sugar. And it tastes like cinnamon rolls, but the consistency is awful.
I could make it warm cinnamon rolls.
With
Warm, awful
prestidigitation,
mixture.
slightly warm cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon rolls.
How
Chicken
much-
just tastes
how
like
much-
cinnamon.
How many spices do you have, Elevon?
No, I meant with like prestidigitation. You can flavor
Oh.
things with magic.
True.
But they probably do have cinnamon and sugar on me. I mean, I wouldn't leave home without that.
Yeah. Alright, so you got about maybe 2.5 miles if you to maybe about like northeast. Is where you're getting this ping of water. It's getting near the end of your day, so it would take, maybe close to another hour of travel. It might be beginning to push exhaustion, but you got water at the end of it, whatever that might mean. It's up to you guys.
Okay, so Warren's like telling everybody what she just found out. She's gonna like pat the sand and be like, "It's just informed me," patting the sand, like, that there's water, about that way-ish, but it's a couple hours probably.
I'm kind of like taking at least one of my water skins and kind of like weigh it to see how much water I still have. And
Near full, as we just learned that Elevorn's just creating water out of nowhere and filling you guys up.
I'm using the little water we have to make more water, because that's what it requires.
Yes,
You have to
don't
have a
drink.
little bit of
Don't
water.
drink at all. Whatever you do, do not drink the last drop, or you guys are screwed.
I mean, you can. I mean, it's nice that you have, helped out, but it's like you can't keep using that thing forever. I mean, I still don't fully understand how spell things works. I only know how to do, those minor things that I do. But I mean, if it would be a decent sized body of water, maybe we can even cool off ourselves in it.
Gildy stands
What?
up and the wings flare out and seems ready to go.
Not to be a naysayer of any sort, but it could also be full of bandits. Could be more bandits than water.
That's
I
even
mean-
better.
That's what we're looking for.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's better, but I mean, we are kind of like looking for them, and
So you think we'll be ready for a fight by the time we get there?
this is gonna be tough, I guess. And hopefully they wouldn't fight us right away. I mean, they're bandits; they wouldn't.
We look normal enough, I think.
And I mean, we do have Gildy over here. Maybe they're just too scared of it.
Not normal enough then.
Oh,
No longer
I mean-
that normal.
Unless you want to have Gildy stay behind a little bit, I don't know. I think
Maybe
we
up.
should just maybe keep going, still like a little bit walking and talking at least, and
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed. I just wanted to, make sure we know what we're doing. That's all.
And I mean, I don't think we have to rush to a body of water or whatever. We can just like take it more carefully and try to see if there's like a whatever these little small sand hills are called. Just hide behind one of those to check it out if if there's people over there and stuff.
Yeah, so what are you guys doing? Are you going there tonight, or are you resting now and you're going to get there after your rest?
We could also fly if you wanted.
You can see from above whether or not there are bandits or people there.
I mean, flying does sound kind of tempting because the breeze of air, even though it's still a bit hot, but you know, still we're higher, so it hasn't been that hot. I'm losing my mind in this heat.
A bird's eye view of the place is probably better, I think. Thinking about it.
Alright.
And I you go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask what I need to create for, you know.
Same as before, I believe.
Alright, so then I'll, conjure 2 giant eagles, one for me, one for Nerdian.
Alright. So an eagle for Neri, an eagle for Elevorn, and Duran mounts up on Gildy again, and Elevorn leads the way in the direction that she had sensed the water. Within a half hour of flying, you spot, coming into view, this small oasis with a couple palm trees, a bit of lush green surrounding it. It's about maybe 50 foot radius, about 100 feet in diameter total, with small, very clear blue pond of water in the middle. You also see a tent, single tent, and what looks like one kind of flickering campfire flame and 2 smaller flames, sources of light at least, near the bank of this little pond of the oasis. As you get closer, you can see that there are you can see 2 people around the campfire, as you're about 2 hours till daybreak, it seems.
Okay. Well, wait, like how far is it?
By the time it comes
More or
into
less?
view, I'd say maybe an eighth of a mile away, perhaps. You guys are still, quite a ways up, and it's coming into view now, so
Okay.
maybe a few hundred feet.
Just gonna use the... Oh, go ahead.
Is it reasonable, like, would we be able to dip down behind a hill or something? Or is like the oasis
There
like
are some
out in the open?
you have passed many sand dunes in your travel. The closest one to this particular oasis here is maybe 300-400 feet away. That would provide any sort of significant cover, especially for all of you and Gildy.
Yeah. Okay. So I mean, I'll point towards that. Might be a good idea. Kind of start flying over down to.
Okay. And so you guys dip behind that. You diverted your path well enough before any of you would believe that you would be noticed. So you got down behind that sand dune. You kind of make your way up to the top of it, your feet sinking into the sand and kind of slipping as you do, not getting too much, but getting to the top of that hill and peering over, you can still see out in the distance, maybe 400 or 500 feet away, that flickering bit of light through the palm trees and across, and sort of glinting off of the still pool of water that makes up the center of this oasis. you see a figure that's looks like they're kind of kneeling down at near the edge of the pond and doing something in the water. It's far enough away that you can make that out, but you can't make out specific details of what exactly they're doing.
Well, I could just go walk up, like, hey, I'm here to fill up my water thing and see if they're good guys or bad guys.
That is one approach to reconnaissance, yes.
Well, do we have a better idea?
I mean,
We could go together.
yeah, I don't
Same
see
idea.
why we shouldn't go just together. I mean, we didn't notice anybody else around here, so unless it's some very weird, I don't know, whatever wizard or something. I mean, it's 3 against
It's
1.
bigger on the inside. Like those ones that Era had and the people at the Phoenix Academy. Maybe it's that kind of tent.
Oh, those would be really nifty,
Not right now.
I mean, not right now, but those would be so nifty. Yeah,
A coven of hags in the desert you stumble across.
Leave it to me to find the hag.
A group known as the Sandwiches.
but I do kinda agree with Durand over here, and we should just go together.
Alright. So you guys go together. Is Gildy following you, Durand?
I'll send them overhead.
Okay. And are you guys being stealthy, or are you just walking up?
I think just walking up.
Okay. So, you guys approach, you get within 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet, without seemingly being noticed by the individual here. You can see that there's one person that's kind of poking at a fire with what looks like one of the small mammalian creatures of the desert on a spit above it. Another one dirtied in the face, tattered, sweaty, traveling clothes, is just kind of washing his face off and cooling himself off in the oasis. And you guys walk up within 30, 25 feet of their campsite before the one at the oasis even looks up after clearing and drying off his face, takes notice of the three of you. He kind of looks a bit surprised, takes out this small knife. We don't have anything. We don't have anything for you to take.
Well, I guess you're lucky then, because we don't want anything. Except maybe some water and, to cool off near it.
Looks back, you see the one that was kind of cooking the small meal. Looks like kind of again, dirtied, tattered, torn clothing. You can see they kind of tore off some of the sleeves and stuff to make it a bit cooler in the desert. Their tent itself looks very rough. It's full of holes and tears. Yeah. Go ahead. Sure, absolutely, yeah. Just leave us be. He puts the knife away and kind of backs up. And goes over to the other person and starts kind of talking to them in a hushed tone. There's always one of them that has their eyes on you at some point.
I guess at least I will go to the water and cool off the tresem, pour a little bit of water on it to cool it off.
Nice little bath, and it's very clear, very refreshing water here in this little oasis.
Unless it's poisoned or something, because it should know if it's poisoned.
The tresem does not seem to adversely react to the oasis water. In fact, this oasis is not poisoned.
Nice.
Nice.
Deets.
You guys looking around, they don't have much. They were able to start like a little bit of fire. It looks like mainly using the brush from what they found. Other than that, you see the other two lights that you had seen before are there at the bank of the oasis, and they're very low lit, low burning pair of candles. Other than that, they begin to sort of pick at and eat the small meal that they had managed to procure. And then keeping their distance and eye on you, though.
Do you all live out here?
No. No, we were just trying to pass through. Travelers decided to try to take a couple of weeks off of our journey by cutting through the validity here and found ourselves lost.
Seen anything strange out here in the desert?
Other than, I mean, like, what kind of hat? Why not? I mean, one thing, weren't sure what to expect, just figured it would be a quick, easy journey. We had enough food and water to last us enough time, but we found ourselves being turned around. And quickly ran through them, and I must say, and you can see them, they look barely hungry. They look thin, like they haven't been eating enough in recent weeks. Did see someone strange, I guess you could call it. Thankful, though, as we were given enough hope. Not sure where to go, but a friendly passerby directed us to this place, and I must say, saved our lives.
Is that why you light the candles?
I didn't question. I mean, they directed us, I'm not sure if it was a man or woman, directed us to water, and all they asked for is for us to light a couple candles. Fair enough trade for our lives, in my opinion. Unfortunately, only let us here. Not exactly sure where you come from. You don't look like bandits or anything of that kind. You traveling through as well?
Yeah, you could say we're traveling through. Not planning on sticking around here more than we need to.
That's smart.
Where did you say you were going?
Oh, we were just trying to pass through, make our way south through the Cragsaw, and you heard that, you could tell we're not exactly from these climates, and they have fairly fair skin. We've heard word that our old home is back up and open for business. We're making our way back to Worthy through the Cragsaw Pass. I mean, we fled there near half a year ago, been working our ways around the dwarven city of Bastilligard for as much food as we can manage, but the dwarves themselves aren't very keen on outsiders, let's say. Especially not mostly unskilled labor outsiders as we are, that can't last for days underground in a mine. But it was what we needed to do once the plague broke out, but rumors getting around that it's getting better, so we decided to head on back.
Just gonna look at around. Like, see, it's not so bad.
I'll nod. Yeah, Worthy is hopefully better now than it was before.
Well, in our haste to get back, we decided to take the quicker, though probably not as smart, route through the desert. And, well, I've already told you the rest.
Yeah.
Is there, like, vegetation around?
There is greenery, there's grass
Like
and stuff.
Big
Yeah.
vegetation? Like big cacti or something?
There are a couple palm trees, though the ones here are not large enough for your spell.
No eating people into trees and stuff.
Not these, at least.
We're just becoming people who shove others into plants. Like, okay,
Yep.
fine, you go.
You go that way. You go that. Yeah. I mean, you could try to spend some time, maybe find another large cactus, perhaps, but at least not in the surrounding of the oasis. No.
I suppose looking at Elevorn, looking around for greenery, is it fair to assume I can get a general idea she's trying to help these people?
I mean, it's Elevorn. So, if you guys would like to make either one person with advantage because of help or two separate people make a nature check to try to find something suitable, go ahead.
I can help.
Or you could do it with help.
Or
As
I
Elevorn
could do it.
acknowledges her own weakness and games the system and says, "You're smarter. Do the nature check."
Okay.
No,
Yeah, go ahead and
fine, I'll do
roll
it.
with advantage.
Okay, I just
Roll with
I am
advantage. Dylan.
smart. I know nature. I get
I know
14.
nature.
You've
14?
spent enough time with Eleborn.
14?
Yeah. Yeah, 14.
Okay. The immediate vicinity, you know the oasis doesn't have anything suitable. And unfortunately, you spend a good amount of time just kind of circling, swathing the area, even maybe like calling out, like asking Gildy for help, but there are no similarly like large cacti like the one that you had sent Olafor through in the surrounding maybe half mile radius.
We're going
Well-
to invest in this help.
Hmm?
I want to invest in helping these people.
What do you mean?
I could come in with nature
And do what?
and ask about large plants. And within 3
Within
miles.
3 miles? Within 3 miles, you do. If you do get a direction towards a cactus large enough to use for that. It is about 2 miles further in to the desert, so further north. So, if you wanted to make that journey, that would require a check against exhaustion, as you guys have probably passed your limit of travel for this night rather.
Well, that is okay. I'm just kind of going to look at the rock and be like, well, I think there's something like that way, but it's quite a ways, and I don't think tonight is a thing. But we could offer for tomorrow, maybe.
It doesn't hurt to stay in the oasis. Wait, it's a night. Wait, isn't it almost daytime? Okay, well,
Or
we could.
It's almost
Whatever.
daytime, yeah.
I'm confused. Whatever
But we
time
could-
of day it is.
But we could
What is wrong?
stay. We could stay here till the night if they don't plan on. Like, if they're planning on leaving around the same time.
Well, I was just,
Further
you
north.
know. Yeah.
Actually, can I look at the map and see if I can give a guess at which oasis this might be on the map?
If you were to guess, it would be the first one, the closest one to Twinbon. That's it. That was in the direction that you were traveling. it leaves you about a third of the way to where you hopefully are trying to get to.
Okay. Yes. So okay, that's fine.
Because, I mean, the journey that we've made is pretty. Well, I mean, I'm not good at this. But they seem to be in worse shape than I am.
They definitely do. You see, based on like looking at them, they've been out here for weeks at least.
But I mean, to be honest, we can't give them any rations, really, right? And I mean, you do have your spells, but still.
Well, that is why I didn't want to just have them travel with us, because they're not in a good way. I just wanted to find somewhere, that they could be somewhere, out of the desert.
You're gonna feed them, Durand?
I
Did you make?
don't mind, but I think it'd be better to just get them out.
Well, if it's gonna be like after a rest that you're doing that, Wasn't that what you said? Rest up, then take them after the rest?
True. Okay, I can make food.
Okay, so you go and you
Cinnamon
provide
bun
food.
flavored chicken.
Everything tastes like chicken, except for this, which tastes like nothing.
No,
Just-
it's cinnamon flavored chicken.
Cinnamon flavored chicken. Whatever it is, flavored, not flavored, horribly flavored, they devour it ravenously and thankfully.
Nice.
So I think tomorrow, I don't know what all you have with you, but I could get you out of the desert, maybe?
You could. Well, he looks to the other person that's with him. We're just meeting. Helpful traveler after helpful traveler. I don't know what good fortune, what God is smiling on us. But I don't care. I need to, well, we know kind of which one, yeah? Fair. But thank you, yes. You know which way is out then.
Well, I have a way to get you to Worthy quickly if you'd like.
That
But
would
it
be
is.
perfect.
It would be more traveling through the desert first, but not too much.
Well, we didn't plan on staying here the rest of our lives. Either which way, we would be traveling through the desert. If I don't see this place again for the rest of my life, it'll be too soon. I don't care. Whichever way leads to out, just point me in that direction.
Well, like I said, if you can carry your belongings or,
We don't have much, so that won't be an issue.
Okay.
Worthy, hear that? We're making it back. So what are you guys doing? You guys set up your tents. They finish up and thank you, Durand and Elevon and everyone else for like the food and the help, and the two of them kind of get into their raggedy, torn up tent. As you guys begin to go into the process of getting a nice rest, the winds begin to pick up, and the sound of your canvas tents beating and straining against the wind is a constant sort of background white noise throughout the night. Who's taking the first watch?
I will.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check, Elevon. As you're out and you're around the oasis and you're, nice with the little bit of water and pass through your mind like, Shift might have liked this place. And go ahead and make a perception check.
So that is, an 18?
18?
Uh-huh.
The sand that's getting picked up and carried by the wind makes it a little bit difficult to see in any direction, including above you, as bits of the sand from the tall dunes gets carried away above your head, kind of making this sort of slipstream-like effect in the sky above, to the point where nothing except for the light from the moon manages to make its way through. And as you're taking the time and you're looking around, and your gaze does get to the moon itself, which seems strangely larger here in the desert, a figure passes in front of it. A distinct shape. Distance you can't tell. It's hard to gauge size. But the shape is familiar, as it is a similar shape to one that not but a few days ago had sort of blocked out the sun. A very dragon-like shape. Flies in front of them, out of this sort of sand stream in front of the moon, and disappears into the sand again.
I'm gonna go get the rod really quick.
Okay.
Just basically jump on him. I saw a dragon!
That's how Tron wakes up to be jumped on.
Come! And I'm
He's
grabbing his hand
used
and
to
like,
it.
trying to climb out of the tent with like pulling him.
Okay.
Alright. So, Daron, you get off, and instantly the sand that's being carried by the wind kind of stings against your face. The constant sound of the sand being battered against your tents. It's begun to sort of pile up at the edges, on the sides as well. At least on one side. But Olive One is dragging you out into the center of the oasis.
Okay, what did you see?
It went like this, and other one's like got their hand wide, and she like mimics like the way it flew overhead, you know, like.
Are you sure?
It looked like Gildy. I mean, not Gildy, but you know, kind of a little. Whip. It's probably. I mean, pretty sure.
Okay. Can I call Gildy?
Sure. Gildy was resting outside the tent, kind of curled up against the side that would provide some cover from the wind, and heads over to you.
Okay. It's not too much trouble, Gildy. Can you just get a bit of a bird's eye view, see if you see a dragon?
Cocks its head, but nods anyway. Flies up. Go ahead and make a perception check for Gildy. And how far are you having it fly?
Not that far. The immediate area. What is this thing? Perception plus 3... 17.
How much?
17.
17. Gildy flies up. You can see at some point struggling against the wind as he gets higher into the air. So he's doing the kind of like flying against the wind but staying stationary, searching around, doesn't seem to see anything, goes higher to the point where you guys see the silhouette of him through the sand, and then he's lost. Maybe 15-20 seconds later, comes back down through it, right, stabilizes himself against the wind, and again lands there. And essentially conveys something large in the direction that Elevon had seen it flying. But wasn't 100%, wasn't sure if it was a dragon or not, but definitely some large creature flying above the sort of sand stream that is above you guys.
Concerning them.
See, guilty. He's with me.
I just wanted to make sure. I can really only hope it has nothing to do with us. Kind of are gonna have our hands full. We have the others with us. We definitely don't want to get caught by this thing. Whatever it is.
I mean, this is a source of water, though, and most things need water, right? So...
Yeah, staying here might have not been the best idea. Not much of a choice now, though. Maybe, hopefully, it'll just, if anything, come and leave. If water is really all it would want.
So, you guys head back to rest after a little bit more versing and searching the sky as the moon dips and the sun begins to rise, and you all are in the middle of your rests. Rest of your rest period goes by uneventfully. Those on watch would notice small animals making their way to the oasis to drink and refresh themselves before making their way back to their burrows and other places in their desert, whatever activities they get on with, until the next sunset, when you guys pack up your gear and, along with these two travelers, make your way in the direction that you had sensed before Elevorn, towards this large cactus. You see it coming into view after the sun has completely set and the cool of the desert night begins to take you. And you approach it with them. So, where are we going exactly? I believe that Worthy is that way, the other way. We've been walking about an hour in the wrong direction.
I did say faster.
Okay.
So it's like not normal means. I got to find the plant.
Oh, alright. So, you approach the large cactus. You find it.
So, sorry. It's just like, before you get all weirded out and everything, I'm going to put my hand on the cactus, and then you're going to see Worthy. Then you can walk through to it. But you have to do so kind of quickly, so, you know.
Okay. I mean, sure. If you say so. You've had wouldn't be the first of a couple strange travelers here to help us out, so if she says she can do it and she does it, I mean, I'm almost at the point where I would take the risk if it means getting out of this desert either way. She tells me to walk into a cactus, I'll be out of the desert, I will run into that cactus.
No, don't do that. Hold on.
Okay. Alright.
Is there anybody? I mean, I'm gonna look at Thron and Meridian and be like, do we send them to anybody or just, you know?
Well, they should know their way around Worthy. I mean, Does
No,
their own?
yes, I mean, not sure how much of it has changed, but I imagine um, the majority of the city is hopefully hasn't changed too dramatically in the last few months. We'll be able to find our way around, definitely.
Okay. So, are we ready? Are you ready, or do you need a minute, or?
He kind of checks the small sack of stuff that he has, and yeah, go ahead. Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm Elevorn, by the way.
Hello, one. Well, it's been nice to meet you. Uh, I'm David, and this is Varney.
Well, have an okay time and worth, or a good time, or worthy. Yes, here. I'm carefully put my hands on it.
And with that,
I stick my hand.
Elevon opens up the portal in the cactus. The two travelers, kind of tentative at first, but quickly, when they're hurried on by Elevon, make their way through. You guys see the graveyard of Worthy as it was before, right? It would have been gone by now, right, Elevon?
Yeah, it's only 10 days.
Yeah, so as it was before Elevon had remade it with the immaculate Fey-wild touched kind of lush plant growth, hallucinatory terrain. They make their way through, shout their thanks back through the portal as it closes up. You guys continue on your way as your vision begins to be severely limited by the whipping winds and the sand, holding up cloaks, cloth, whatever you can to your shield as well, Daran, just to keep the needle-like pings of the sand off of your skin.
Oh, God. Even worse, it looks so tempting at that moment. I hate this place. With a passion.
And with those encouraging words, let's go ahead and take a break. Alright, I'll be back.
Yeah, same.
One.
And we are back. So before the break, you guys had taken a rest, helped some travelers get to Worthy through the use of Elevorn's transport via plant spell. Walking through cacti is becoming commonplace now. You're continuing your path forward on the route that you think is the right path, but it's hard to see now as vision is cut off by the steadily growing in intensity winds that are carrying the sand with them, obscuring your vision pretty heavily. During your next rest, it's even difficult to get to sleep for the noise that is being made by the whipping and lashing of your tents and the wind and the sand against them. You even wake up the next day to being partially buried in the sand that has made its way into your tents. Your tents themselves are maybe even partially buried in the sand, about a quarter of the way buried by the time you wake up and have to dig them out to retrieve them and break them down and continue on your way. Would like somebody to go ahead and make a survival check with disadvantage, please.
That's 16.
With disadvantage? Not bad.
Yeah.
Alright, so you continue on. Pushing against the wind, pushing against the sand that's constantly lashing, stinging at your face and arms. Gildy kind of leading the way, shielding you guys from the brunt of it. You can hear the constant kind of slight pinging of the metallic impacts as the sand, the granules of sand, ricochet off of his scales. Continuing on, you can see that the sand dunes become larger, and you pass by something, perhaps. Like, either two people go ahead and make perception checks with disadvantage, or one person in straight roll.
I'll help.
I got 17. Wait, 17? Oh, 18.
Okay. So, as you guys are continuing through this wind, you each do, over the course of traveling through this, take 6 points of damage from just the sand whipping against you. And through the slew of whipping sand in front of you, Duen, you see in the distance what looks like a roiling, massive cloud of sand heading towards you. Maybe a few miles off. It's on the horizon. Who knows how far away that is at this point. But it is a towering wave of this massive cloud of sand that's coming through. And so you guys are finding yourselves about to be in the middle of a sandstorm. Since you rolled well enough, as you continue and as this news is presented, the desire, the need to find somewhere safer, perhaps some sort of barrier against this comes out and you guys continue on as the sandstorm roils ever closer, you do see in the distance, sort of off the path of the way that you're going, a downward sloping area that leads to what looks like an underground cave of some sort.
Oh, perfect. I'll point over towards it. Rush everyone.
Alright, so as you guys make your way there, kind of running, stumbling, like trying to keep your balance against the harsh winds, you make your way there, and as you get to within maybe 150 feet, you hear the sound of massive wings beating. Impossible to tell where they're coming from other than above you, as you can't even see maybe 20, 30 feet in front of you. But as the sand is kind of flowing over this cave's entrance, that's, again, the entrance to it is maybe 15 feet down this sloped entryway to the cave's entrance. You begin to hear the wing beats growing louder and closer.
Okay, what is coming after us now? God, not in this weather.
Speaking to each other, even though maybe about 5-6 feet apart, you have to shout to make your voice heard. Yeah, just setting this in. And as you guys get closer, maybe about 100 feet away, the wings get louder, the beat of the wings get louder. You can see a silhouette through the sand stream above you, and then a massive crashing landing that kicks up even more sand and dust around, as you're now seeing with the sand whipping in front of and between. You're standing with between you and this cave's entrance is this huge copper scaled dragon. The webbing of its wings are a bit like of this greenish metallic, like with copper aging, the signs of copper aging. Daran, you would know that this is a tell of a rather old copper dragon when the scales begin to turn this color. The same kind of discoloration going along the ridges of its back and spine down to its tail. And it towers and looms over you. It's nearly like brass copper eyes glaring down at the three of you.
Elvorn, although exhausted, is doing a celebratory, dance thing.
Neri is totally confused about that dance because this is a dragon.
And then I shouted to the bracelet, dragon. I told you it was a dragon!
It is larger than the chimera that you had fought. Larger by maybe twice as large as the green dragon that Netadion and Elvorn, you guys had faced.
It was a fake dragon anyways.
Yeah, larger than about twice as large as the fake, in all dimensions, as the fake dragon. You can see the sort of separation of the scales with the green sort of tinted lining that where the large muscles of its forearms and hind legs kind of bulge outwards.
Okay, it's a freaking dragon, and now it's between us and the cave that we need to go in. And
a booming voice shatters through the sound of the wind and yourselves yelling to each other and kind of standing there in a bit of a stunned, what do we do now? I am Rick Vasil. For what reason do you three approach my lair?
Hoping for temporary shelter against the storm?
Oh, well, I don't allow just any, as the head kind of looms in to come down to near eye level with the three of you, to seek haven in my space. I require proof of your worth. He looks over towards the coming sandstorm, then back to you. This large, huge copper dragon announced itself as Rick Vasil. If one of you three can answer me this riddle, you may seek haven.
Okay.
Okay.
It's a game. Battleborn claps.
The copper dragon continues. Listen close, as I will not repeat myself. In a town of predominantly halflings, there lives a dragonborn keeper of the law. What color were his scales?
Before we answer, I'm terribly sorry, but before we answer, how many tries do we have? With the answers.
Just one. It looks through your faces. As it's kind of hard to concentrate in this weather, but the looming danger is getting ever present as the wind speed is picking up with each passing moment. Reels back his head. No answer?
We need a moment to consider, please. And then I'm going to repeat into the bracelet, like, Era, help us, please. Can I say somebody? In the town predominantly of halflings, there's a dragonborn keeper of the lore. What color were his scales?
What are you talking about? What are you going through a tunnel?
There's a dragon!
What?
I already shouted that into the bracelet earlier, but yeah, there's a dragon. I really pushed it in.
What kind of, Your time is running short.
Very, what is it, literal?
How many colors there even are, your kind around us?
Every color. All of the colors.
He looks down at the three of you. Are you unsure?
Honestly, a bit. Yes.
Would you like to know the answer?
I'm hooked. Curious, I suppose, at this point.
Oh yes, we would love to hear any tales that you would be willing to share with us.
In a city of predominantly halflings, there was a dragonborn keeper of the law. What color were his scales? Copper. Ha! Keeper of the law! Copper! Get it? This isn't even my cave. Enjoy. And he beats his wings. You guys have to kind of cover your faces, and he flies off above the sand, out of view.
What the fuck?
bit confused. Like,
What?
what the hell?
I'm
But-
dead.
What just? How did?
I'm
Wait.
fucking.
He told us a joke.
We let's get into the cave before we, get wet by the sand, okay? And then think.
You guys run down into the cave out of the sand. It's not a large cave. You can, as you get down in and shed some light in there, you can see that it's maybe about 50 feet across on anything, but it's out of the way enough. There is a bit of sand that does make its way through, but you're out of the stinging, sharp winds that you were up there before. You can still hear the harsh whistling of the storm that is about to come through.
Well, I'm gonna hand the Tresem to Elevorn and set up my tent, kind of like to try to block the sand coming in from more.
Sure. That sounds good. You take some time to do that as Elefone, you're holding the Tressum, and it's you and Duen there, just kind of like...
I told you it was a dragon. And I'm just kind of like holding them, like went a little further into the cave. To,
I can't deal. Oh my god.
Hey, Era. I'm holding them.
What? I don't have many books here about Dragonborn or halflings. You see, where are you? What's going on?
It was Copper, cause it's a keeper of the law. Ha ha ha! It told us a joke.
I don't get it.
We don't get it either. It just blocked our way, asked a question, which ended up being a joke, and then it flew away, and it's confusing.
What are you guys? Okay. As long as you're okay, I guess.
So far, we're okay.
What's Duran doing? I want Duran's face right now. What is he doing?
It's
Those
funny
noises.
joke.
Funny joke.
It was a funny yoke. I quite appreciate.
Why is Duran joking?
Because Dune
The
is
sand. We don't know Heimlich maneuver.
Oh no.
Yeah, we can say it's a sand. It's a sand. It's a sand in combination with the laughter.
Cup it out.
Alright, so you guys get set up and dug in. It takes about a day and a half or 2 days for the storm to finally pass. And at the end of it, you're watching, and as the sand piles up near the entrance, and by the time it seems to slow and calm down enough, it will take a bit of digging to get yourselves back out, but you manage to, and you get back up in the waning hours of sunlight. It's fairly warm, but it's not as harsh, and your visibility again extends for a long ways, much more than the storm. And the entire terrain, the layout of the desert, seems to have changed with the storm. Dunes that were a lot larger are now smaller. Dunes that weren't there before have kind of begun to form. To continue on.
So, Durand,
Yeah.
are they all funny?
Are they what?
You know, copper dragons and stuff.
I can't say I've had the pleasure of meeting another one.
From my experience, yes, they all are.
Yes, exactly. So from my experience, all of them are.
All one of them.
Okay. You do have seen it before. That's like, and you didn't bother to tell me.
Well, he didn't really believe me. I mean, he did sort of, because he sent Gildy to look, and Gildy saw a big thing, but he wasn't sure what it was. It was at nighttime.
Oh. Okay then. But I mean, if it was flying out there and gotta, is it just looking for people to talk jokes to?
I can't say. My only
Weird.
other interaction with a dragon was Yildirim, and that was very, very different. Very, 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 very different.
Dragon.
What? I mean, do you know much about copper dragons?
Go ahead
I don't know,
and make
do
a
I?
nature check. Duran.
Sure, wouldn't this be history? Learn this in history class, not nature class.
Nature is, dealing with things, and I mean, either one, I guess, would work.
It's the same fucking thing. It's 14.
14. Okay, so you are familiar with some things of copper dragons, obviously. The metallic variant, which generally means they tend towards Bahamut as opposed to Tiamat. They are the metallic dragon that has the acidic breath weapon. And let's see. 14. How much of this shall I read for you? Copper dragons are incorrigible pranksters, joke tellers, and riddlers that live in rocky uplands. Despite their gregarious and even-tempered natures, they possess a covetous, miserly streak and can become dangerous when their hordes are threatened. Copper dragons appreciate wit, a good joke, humorous story, or riddle. They can be annoyed with any creature that doesn't laugh at its jokes or accept its tricks with good humor. So that's what a 14 gets you.
The funny guy. Okay, so I do know. Know a bit. I know a bit. Okay, I'm not surprised anymore. I forgot at the moment. But,
The situation was a bit, tense. And of course, that is a generalization of copper dragons. That doesn't mean that each and every one of them is like that. Just as with people, there's variance.
Thinking back on it now, I'm not all too surprised, and it was a pretty good joke.
Well,
Duran is a sucker for puns, just like Dune.
it seeps through. I can't help it.
joke that was disguised as a riddle. I mean, it was pretty good, yeah. Just in that situation, difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, what's a sandstorm to a copper dragon?
Well, yeah, but I don't want to think about it too much.
So
It's
another
rolling
thing
over.
that you did on, based on like the scales and what you would have seen, and your knowledge of those creatures, that dragon that you've seen, it's somewhere in the adult to ancient range, either bordering on ancient or already ancient, based on the greening, like sort of oxidization of the copper scales. like the Statue of Liberty.
I forget what the guy's name was, or it was a god or something. But the people light the candles and stuff. You know who I'm talking about, you know?
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, that mystery thing still kind of a mystery.
Some kind of bringer. The dawn bringer or something?
The name slips my mind also at the moment.
Wasn't it just
Yes.
like Sunbringer?
Oh, it was Sunbringer. Yeah, you're right. I couldn't remember, sorry. There's like lights and dragons. I don't know. But anyway, do you think maybe the dragon had something to do with that?
Hmm. Maybe, but why be all by worthy?
Or if anywhere else. I mean, it has been happening in Ampeville now too. But I guess we shouldn't rule it out completely. I mean, there's just weird things going on in general, so.
Alright. Elevorn, please make a survival check.
That's a 12.
Okay. So Elevorn is again guiding you guys as best as she can towards your destination. Daran, can you make a perception check, please? As
But of course.
nights of travel go on, you find yourselves, Elevorn, kind of meandering, at times losing your way, but then hopefully finding it again, using all the tools at your disposal. You're communing with nature to try to correct course where you can. You, a couple days later, manage to find a second oasis, which is nice. You manage to bathe and wash yourselves, and that kind of course corrects you, Elevorn, based on the map, as the three of you convene over it and try to get back on course. After that, maybe about 4 days of travel, 4 days of just miserable travel. Sleeping during the day while you're not traveling during it is hot, sticky, uncomfortable.
And there's sand everywhere.
Sand everywhere. Your bags of holding are now 30% sand.
Oh no.
I'm to just, turn it inside out every now and then.
Every now and again to empty the sand. Just
Yeah.
of sand. What's that perception check, Daran?
The 17.
17. So as you guys are walking, you spot something strange, Daran. You're not sure at this point if you've passed more of these, but on a cactus, it seems as if there is a streak of white, like a painted streak of white on a cactus that you pass by.
Can I investigate it? Does it seem like there's anything about it?
You investigate it. You can see that there are on certain on bits of the arms or other parts of it. It seems like parts of it have been carved off with a knife. Perhaps to get to the water inside, but it's also been marked with just a single streak of white.
Who would know about this? Derry? Does this seem something suspicious?
Hmm.
White markings on cacti? Seems like strange stuff that we saw the Night Keepers.
I mean, I'll take a closer look, I guess.
Okay. It's definitely not natural. Somebody definitely just took some sort of mixture and painted it. There's no other sort of writings or markings on it other than that one single streak.
Well, it's kind of simple-ish, but I mean, they're not night keepers, so
Oh no,
I mean, it's
I'm
definitely some
presuming
kind of
it.
yeah, I know but it's just that it's different, and I don't really have any idea what it could mean, but it's definitely a mark for something, maybe a direction or their maybe even area where they're supposed to just stay in. I don't. Who knows? But I mean, maybe we need to keep an eye out on if we see more something like this.
Well, if it was like a marker of some kind, it would make sense to use a cactus because, with that storm that happened the other day, it was pretty bad and would probably bury anything else.
Yeah, and well, yeah, definitely. And there isn't really too much anything else out here anyway, so.
As you continue on.
Oh wait.
What?
Could I ritually cast detect magic?
Sure. You guys spend 10 minutes as Elevorn ritually casts detect magic. It's nothing magical on the cactus.
No, it's just paint.
Magic paint.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but let's just try to keep an eye out on more similar things, I suppose.
So as you continue to walk and kind of take glances and investigate passing cacti that you pass by, as you continue to walk, there's like a ridge of sand dunes that begins to grow taller and taller as you continue forward. And examining cacti, you can see some of them aren't marked, but some of them are. Some of them with a single streak, some of them with 2, some with 3, up to what you have found, up to 6 distinct marks. In no particular order or pattern, as far as you can tell. All of them are marked with the same white paint. All of them do seem to have been cut and have like pieces of it cut off or pierced. But there doesn't seem to be any order, rhyme, or reason. This is over the course of like a days or 2 of travel.
Like the cuts in it aren't like pointing in a direction or anything, right? They're just
No, they just seem like there were cuts to either take some of the like fruit or water from within the cactus.
Well, maybe it might lead to something a little bit later. Can't figure out what these markings mean now.
Maybe, hopefully.
I mean, if this was over 2 days, then I could have, like, picked up Speak with Plants or something to talk to one of the cactuses.
Okay, sure. So you're gonna talk to a cactus?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, so you have speak with plants. Place your hand gingerly onto one of the cacti.
Hello.
Get your hands off of me! It's my water, you hear?
I don't want to
I did it myself. What rights do you have to it? See these thorns? It means I don't like to be touched. What do you people keep doing coming by messing with me?
Can I just... Where do you want water?
You're giving. Hold on, what kind of. You're giving me water. You're not here to take water. You're not here to take my water.
Where do you want it? On the ground? Just directly on you?
Either, I guess. Yeah, sure, both. Yeah, both.
So I'll just pour most of the water skin out on the cactus because it's yelling at me and I feel bad.
What the fuck?
This is very confusing.
You just you guys just watch. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's good.
I'm gonna take my hand off. I'm gonna walk away.
It's okay. Try to get to another cactus. Second speak with plants.
Ella? What?
No,
Why
she
did
just
you
walked with
waste all your water?
Just cast creator. Destroy water and create water and put some more. Here, I'll fill your stuff.
Are you okay? What did the cactus thing do to you?
What did the cactus do to you?
Ella is upset.
I just feel dirty and it's not from the sand.
Okay, what did the cactus do to you then?
It was just yelling about not wanting to be touched and how people were stealing its water and then it was making noises and I ran away.
I mean, I have to take your word for it.
Can you put a speak with plants in the ring?
If you have the ring, you can talk to the. I don't want to do it. Ron, do you want to do it? Could we borrow the ring? Somebody else.
I don't think I'm interested anymore.
Why not?
Well, I mean, if you think this is a way to try to figure out where we should go,
There is gonna take one for the team.
it's just that, I mean, I'm not attuned to the ring at the moment, so it would take me a little bit while to, do it. And do we have the time to wait for that?
It'd be what, an hour?
Yeah, but it's an hour in the desert, even though it might be nighttime. It's still an hour.
And what's another hour? Talk to that wonderful creature.
What'd you say, Nimue?
I was going to offer to wild shape into a camel or something and carry her.
Well, I mean, still, you want me to attend to the ring and maybe talk to This cactus or some other one?
That's up to you, but that one was making noises.
Well, seeing how it make you kind of uncomfortable, I guess it's not that good to talk to that one. So, well, I mean, if you're also willing to change into an animal, I guess we could just try to move along. And while I'm, attuning to the ring, and then we just do the thing once we find another cactus.
Okay. So Elevon wild shapes into a camel. Nadadion hops on and begins to focus on the ring as Elevon makes her way through. You guys are maybe about a quarter mile away from that large ridge of sand dunes that kind of makes its way alongside of you. Other than that, you're just continuing onward. Hopefully, maybe somewhere close to the destination based on the map, but not entirely sure. It's a lot different looking at a map than being in the middle of a fucking desert. So the hour passes, and you are attuned to the ring, Nedadion. And unattuned from something else.
Yeah. Okay, I'm. Whenever you are ready, I'm ready with the ring. And if there is a cactus or something near,
There are a good amount of cactuses, and as you've been passing, you've seen, the markings on some of them. Some of them are unmarked, but some of them are.
So before the next marked, cactus, I will stop and then I will cast the spell into the ring for her.
Okay.
Of course,
It's in the ring.
Okay, I'll do it. I can't touch the cactus.
Okay, you reach out and touch
This
one
is
of the
gonna be
cacti.
weird.
It's a bit weird, but you never. I don't think you've done this before, but you
I
reach out and
haven't.
touch the
That's the weird thing.
You expend the spell slot. The spell you cast Speak with Plants.
Kinda like looking at Elorn because I don't really hear anything. So I don't know how this is supposed to work. I don't know if
you have to say hi.
I'll talk to the cactus. Hello?
Hello. What's going on? How come I can? What are you doing here? Who are you? What?
I'm sorry to disrupt you like this, and I'm Neri, and I don't know if you have a name.
I mean, I don't think so. No one's really. I must be honest. No one's asked before. This is strange. What are you doing? What do you want?
This is a bit strange for me also, but I have some questions.
I have some questions too, but I suppose you first.
Oh, okay. I kinda like turn back to Durand and Elmer. It talks to me, and I think it's friendly. What should I ask?
Something about the markings on the cacti.
Okay. I'll turn back to the cactus. I'm sorry. Have you realized that you have some markings on you? I mean,
Yes, I have realized. You the one that put them there.
No, I would never do that to plants. So, do you have, like, can you talk to other cactus like you? I mean, your kind?
The ones that are nearby, I do get a sense of every now and again. Further out, not so much.
I guess that makes sense in a way. I'm sorry. A little bit of a moment. I'll turn back to Alamon and Durant again. This is very confusing to know. It asked if I had made the markings, but of course I said I didn't. But so I don't think it really can tell who made it or something. I don't really know what I should ask or say.
How long ago was it marked, if it's aware? And is it remarked, or, like...
Okay, I'll turn back to the cactus again. Do you could you possibly, do you have any sense of how long it was since this mark was put on you?
It's been a while. They come by and make sure it doesn't fade time to time. It's, from what I can tell, and the others as well, it marks the order in which they come to harvest us.
They harvest you. Oh,
Well, they take fruit, our flesh, our water.
oh, that's kind of. I mean, we have seen marks on your kind, and I mean, does it hurt you a lot when they take kisses of you?
I mean, they seem at least careful enough to not take too much that leaves us without what we need to live on, and I guess the fact that they go and have an order of rotation to it means that they want us to stick around at the very least. I mean, I can't say it's too painful. I bear this fruit with the intent of it being taken, at least. That's how most of us get on with continuing with our offspring.
Oh, well, I didn't really know that. That's kind of interesting. Well, you said that they mark you in the order, or
Can't tell exactly what methods they have. I just know that those of us marked differently don't get harvested at the same time.
Well, like you said that you can talk to some of the others who are nearby you. Can you maybe ask them now that have they been recently marked?
Give me a moment. Let me try to reach out.
I mean, while it's doing that, I guess I'll say to Elaborn and Durant what the plant told me.
So it's like a farm, then?
I mean, I guess, if you can call it that, yeah. A different kind of a farm, definitely, than what we are used to being seen.
How long does that spell last? Let me see. Huh.
You don't need to touch it to use it. Interesting.
Well, Nerdy Jan
Whatever.
doesn't know it, so she's just
You
gonna
just follow Elevone's lead.
Yeah.
Alright. Durand and Elevon, you see as Neredian is turning to look at you very subtly. Behind her, the cactus that she is kind of gingerly touching, and some of the ones around it. There's just a slight, very slight, almost imperceivable movement in the cactus that they all sort of start to lean in the same direction.
That is curious. Going to go closer.
To the cacti?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask the cacti that are you showing me the way where the freshest one is marked?
When they come, or rather when they leave, they all leave in that direction.
Oh.
And looking towards it, it's pointed towards the large range of sand dunes.
Yeah, I'll say that to the others. And should I try to ask something else to you still while I'm at it, or are we done here?
That is more information than I could have hoped to gather.
Well, you didn't try.
Well, I mean, this one definitely seems really nice, at least, so I'm...
Okay, so it's not the cactus thing. That's good to know.
They're a bit prickly. Some of them.
But, well, should I still keep trying to ask stuff, or...?
Spell's getting close to its. And you have time for maybe one, maybe two more questions if you're quick enough about it.
I think we're done, unless you want to converse with the cactus.
I don't... Well, I mean, I don't really know what to, talk with one, but... Okay, I guess we're done. I'll, talk to the character. Thank you very much for the, pointing the way, I guess, and, hopefully, you will grow pretty big, and, well, like you said, that you multiply with the way you do, and hopefully you will have plenty of little cactus. I'm sorry, I don't really know how this works.
It's quite alright. Thank you. And strangely, as you pull back in the weaning moments of the spell, the trunk of the cactus bends forward like a bow, and the arms kind of go into like a little curtsy before the spell ends, and it's rigid and stiff once more.
Well, that was rather interesting. I guess I'll just still do the same that Elmer also did, and give it a little bit of water.
Okay.
I think it's just, good to be nice. Well, honestly, really, that. Look into plans. I mean, that's really, really strange.
Was it?
You're next, Durand.
No, I'm okay.
I mean, I could borrow you the ring, I guess, and whenever Ella1 can
alright.
do the spell again,
Not really, I'm okay.
you should try it, though. I think you should try it.
You didn't seem to enjoy it that much. I saw your face. Especially that last bit. I didn't understand a word, but my gosh.
How did I sound then? If you couldn't understand, how did I sound?
What do they sound like? I don't know.
I'm getting like deja vu. I think like similar things happened the first time that Neri spoke with an animal. This scene has happened before.
The sound of leaves rustling.
The sound of cacti rustling in the breeze.
Not like that, like the flowers and stuff. The petals can blow in the breeze.
Sure.
The needles like rattle and stuff, I guess.
Just reaches out and caresses your face. Ah!
My face!
No, it's okay. High five.
No. Mm-mm.
All right. So, I guess you guys have a direction. You guys heading in that direction?
It's the only direction we have.
Do we want to rest for a bit so you can reattune to whatever you were attuned to before? And I could get back my wild shape and then we could go?
There you go.
I guess we can, maybe? So,
Another hour. You reattune to what you had before. Neri, you guys eat, drink, feed
take care of your
griffins,
pets.
dress them, take care of your pets, regain wild shapes and all short rest thingies. And you begin to head in that direction. Get maybe about half a mile off before you begin to reach the sort of up and down slight rolling hills of sand that you cross before you get to the steeper slope of this range of tall sand dunes. That seems to just go and stretch in either direction for as far as you can see. There are points where, where climbing up would be less than like trying to climb up to where it peaks. There are like valleys, but even the valleys are a bit of a march uphill. What are you guys doing?
Guess we are just going on until we have to rest. I don't know.
You're going up the sand dune?
Well, I mean, can we? I mean, it seems like that would be... I don't know how
Not a
that
sheer
would work.
thing. It's not a sheer thing. They are
Sand.
climbable. It is sand, but it'll be like difficult terrain, but you can make your way up it.
I mean, like tennis rackets to tie to our feet. No.
There you go.
I'm
Whatever
just walking.
snowshoes you had down outside of Ambervale
I mean,
for the travel
just
to the
walking
fortress.
on a normal, leveled sand is a bit difficult because
That's just like we'd be like crawling up it, wouldn't we?
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I mean, like, wouldn't you? Because, like, I don't know.
depends on how steep the angle is.
Well, you were making it sound really steep, so I was
Well,
like,
I
how
was
can we
trying
even
to
do
make
that?
it seem really tall, not necessarily super steep.
This is the sand dune that goes on forever.
No, you can. It doesn't go to the sky. You can see the top. It has a top.
Laverne hands on their hips. Make up your mind! Yelling into the heavens.
Up. Yeah, Nere's gonna climb it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what the others are doing, but Nere is climbing it.
It's not a climbing thing. It's
Oh,
you know, it's
whatever.
less than 45 degrees. It's like a 25, 30 degree angle. All right. It's like at the point where you'll be feeling it in your thighs as you walk up it, but it's not to the point where you have to crawl and actually climb and scale it.
Well, still, I'm gonna go up.
Okay. So, Netadion begins to head up. Doran and Elevorn follow?
Yep.
Okay. I'd like a perception check from somebody, please.
Sure, I got
You guys-
this.
You got good eyes?
Eyes of good.
Let's see. Oh my god. Okay. 25.
25. As you guys make your way maybe about a little more than halfway up this sand dune, and your legs are beginning to get a bit sore from trekking up basically difficult terrain. Drand, you spot movement near the top. And you see growing taller as if they're cresting it from the other side. First, what looks like an animal. Then you realize it is an animal. And you see a camel. But on the back of the camel, there is a person. Clad in desert gear with robes and a cowl and a shawl that covers their face. They, at first, just crest and begin to sort of walk the dunes, but then it's apparent that you see them and they see you. And as that contact is made, a bow comes off the back, arrow drawn and shot down towards you, Duran, and it impacts maybe 3 feet in front of you in the sand. Before he begins to sort of control his camel and head back over the dune the other way.
Can I quickly jump on Gildy, I guess, and chase after him?
You can.
Let me try to do that.
Okay. So you do that, and Nadadian, Elevorn. As you do, and as Gildy beats its wings, kicking up sand in all directions, you hear the sound of a blown horn on the other side of the dune.
Just start running towards the direction of the guy, but pick up the arrow that he shot.
Okay, sure. Why not?
Yeah, just do the same.
Alright.
Try to go after
So
it.
you guys are running up, Alavorn and Nedadiantran. You hop on Gildy and you soar into the sky. You can see below as you kind of head off and rocket past them. Your friends Nerdian and Alavorn running up the trail of your footsteps, your footprints in the sand below as you crest up and above. The whole while there's blasts on the horn. Pause for breath, you assume, and more blasts. And as you get over, you can hear the sound of thundering hooves on sand. And as you crest it, you can see that there is a cavalry of these camel riders heading towards the base of the other dune, as there's one that's heading down and kind of turning around to join with the others. Beyond that, you can see miles in the distance, close to like a bit of a good ways in front of the forward from the horizon, you can see a large oasis with many large palm trees and lush greenery that is surrounded by what looks like a large camp of tents.
Ah,
Now we're here. Might be better to regroup. Figure something out.
Alright, while you're up in the air, make a perception check for me. See if you spot anything else beyond the obvious and easily viewable.
Unnatural 20.
You just see what looks like a large just cloud of sand and dust just seemingly begin to form and grow from in front of the camp. It's too far away to see exactly what is causing it, though. You're regrouping?
Yeah.
Okay. From what you saw in the vicinity coming up, there's somewhere maybe like anywhere from 7 to 10 of these people on camelback heading towards up towards where the first one was. As Neladion and Elavorn, you guys get to where you're maybe 30-40 feet from cresting to the top of this sand dune. Durand and Gildy come swooping back down near you.
well, Durand, what's going on?
I believe we may have found something. I'm not sure who it is, but I don't think we should.
Well,
They know we're here, so
yeah, I guess, and we don't really have like anywhere to hide.
You guys hear shouting from the other side of the dune, as well as what sounds like just a very heavy, strong wind in the distance from the other side of the dune.
I'm not sure how we're going to outrun them or, hide from them, but I mean, did you see if they were the snake people or were they humans or?
You said all of them, the cows and the shawls. So, I mean, they had feet and legs, but you weren't able to tell like facial features or anything like that.
yeah, no. Kills.
Maybe we fly over them and get to their camp. They're coming here to attack us, but we could just easily... I don't know what that sound is, though.
I mean,
The sound of their footfalls is getting louder as they're charging up the dune the opposite side of you.
Well, I think at this moment, I mean, even if we weren't going over to their camp, I think maybe I would have to say, I guess, being up on the sky is the best option. I mean, we can't really outrun them, I think.
Conjure a bunch of giant eagles. Or not eagles, owls. There we go. That's the one.
Yeah,
How many?
I mean,
So as you're casting this, it does take time to cast a spell. The first of these camel riding humanoids is cresting the dunes, all of them with some sort of ranged implement, bows, crossbows in hand.
I mean, if for nothing else, just to try to fend them off while we're trying to get out. You know, I just throw some like a firebolt.
Okay, go ahead and
I just throwing some fire bolts.
Sure. Bolt at them, and you hear a shout of, "Don't let them any closer!" And the arrows come out. So, how many owls is it?
8,
8 owls. Okay.
because they're quarter.
Yeah. So giant owls are a quarter. Okay.
They don't have a lot of HP.
No. So you get the owls, Elevorn. Thrawn, you firebolt. Netadion and Elevorn, you hop onto these giant owls. It's gonna be, let's say, 2 attacks against Durand and the fucking dragon. So that is a 14 and a 21.
Oh, I don't know if that hits. Hold on.
You don't know if 21 hits?
No, I don't know if the 14 hits. The 21 hits
Oh,
me.
against you?
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
in the usual
Holy
stuff,
shit.
dude. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So it's your AC is 10 plus your dexterity plus 3 because of your shield. And I don't know if you have any more AC increasing things. I think it's just your shield and armor normally, right?
That's it. Yeah, shield and armor.
Is he on? Is he wearing the armor?
No, I'm not. So my AC.
It's 13, I think, right?
Yeah, 13. Yeah, so the 14 hits as well.
Wow. All right, so that's 18 points of piercing damage as 2 arrows strike you as you unleash the fire bolt. There's one that shouts out to the others. Don't let them get away. Shoot them down! As they begin to go ahead and some of them begin to reload, others take aim towards Gildy, towards Netadion, Elevorn, and the owls that you rode in on.
Well, if the owls are here, we can get out. So I'll mount up.
Well, you're on Gildy, I thought.
Oh right, I guess I never did take it off. Yeah, that is true. All right, well they could mount up, but we can leave.
Yes.
I mean, of course we would have mounted. At least Neri would have mounted right away when one of them
Once they
near
came.
enough.
Yeah. So I'll say that you guys. So the conjure animal spell did get up, and you guys were able to get on the giant owls, but you're not airborne quite yet.
Please, fast.
Well, if they're conjured, I'd send like maybe half of them to like harry the people that are chasing us.
Okay, so they're beginning to fly up there. Yeah.
I could probably, fire their camp if I get close enough.
I mean, I can do a fireball thing too. If we just get close enough, but
Oof.
Do we want to take the
What's
risk?
the armor class of an owl? A giant owl?
12.
12. Okay, so that's 2 hits on the giant owl that Netadian is riding. One of them is a crit.
It has 19 HP, so,
19 HP. So you mount up, 2 arrows strike the giant owl that you're on, Netadian, and it just disappears in a shower of sparks, light, and remnants of Fey energy, and you fall on your butt in the sand.
You know what? I'm tired of this. I'm gonna cast Firestorm at these bad people.
Okay.
Forget their
These are
damage.
about to
I
be-
want to hurt them.
2 misses around you, Elevorn, with a 6 and an 11. And then, let's see, there's 2, so there's 2 more. That's going to be one at Netadian herself and one at Elevorn herself. The one at Netadian is a 22, and the one at Elevorn is a 21.
Yeah.
Alright, so go ahead and make a concentration check and then do your Firestorm. That is 6 points to Netadian and 12 points to Elevorn. No, 10, sorry. 10 points to Elevorn. So you need to just beat a 10 for your concentration check for the conjured animals.
I rolled a 13.
Okay, you're good. So Firestorm, just like laying waste to the top of that dune area.
No,
Right.
I'm going to be like going towards them and like chaining it down through all of the people that I possibly can, because it's like 10 feet panels of fire.
Oh yeah, they're not all like within like 5 feet of each other. They're camels. They need to give each other some amount of space. So they're like lining the top of the dune area. One Firestorm wouldn't hit all 8 of them.
Well, I'm
That and is it has to be a place that you can see. Yeah, you can't see the other side of the dunes. Does it have to be a place you can see? I would imagine it has to be that you can see. But maybe not. Maybe it's just a place that you can imagine. Let's see.
you choose within range. Up to 10
So
foot
you're guessing on the other end. then.
range. Just string them down the thing. I don't know. I have no idea what's on the other side of the dune. That's true. And they can't take off, and Neridion's on the ground, and they're just shooting at us, so I don't care. Just double up the Firestorm if I fucking have to. I will. There's plenty of fire for all of these lovely desert folk.
Ella is pissed off again.
Ella's scary again. All right, so you're not trying to hit all of the camel riders. You're just you're trying to like get fire down the other side of the dune.
No, I'll hit everything I can see. I don't know how far apart they are, but it's like 10 foot cubes.
Oh yeah, you would be
Oh.
able to just light the entire thing up, and yeah.
And if
Yeah.
like I said, if I have to, I'll double it up, Whatever.
I'm not sure you can double up. Can you? No.
Triple.
Must have at least one face adjacent to the face of another cube. So just cube them. Like, if there's like more people seeming to come up behind them, just add another cube back there or whatever.
All right. So yeah, sure. Okay. Go ahead and roll your 7d10.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah. And what is your spell save DC? Although I fear it does not matter.
15.
15. Okay. Save, fail, save, fail. Fail, 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 save. So 3 save and 5 fail. Including the camels, I guess they would have.
Oh, not the camels.
Waiting on that 7d10. See how crispy we get.
Math.
Math. On average, what is that? 7d10.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
That's like 43 damage.
43 damage.
Only
That's a
half
lot
if
of
they
damage.
save.
What? Oh, yeah, 21 if they save. Alright, so.
Oh, and if they're anything that they aren't wearing is flammable.
Yes, there's lots of fire. There
But
is
if there's
fire in the
plants-
desert.
But if there's plants, I don't want to burn the plants.
Okay, got it. If they're carrying any like cactus fruit on them that like survives.
Yep.
Those crazy people are just pristine cactus fruits.
These explosions of fire, smoke, sand, and dust just line and chain to this just like napalm strike of fire that crests the entire area on top of this 100-foot area on top of this dune in front of you guys. You see some of them rear back the camels and begin to head off, and they're just like singed, and you can see some of them their torsos burning on fire as they retreat down the other end, some of them caught in the midst, unable to avoid, and you can hear the screams as they burn to cinders. 5 of them dead with their camels. 3 of them barely able to make their way. You can hear the screams of pain as they tumble down the other side of the dune, having been thrust and thrown from their mounts. I guess Duen, Neredian, what would you guys like to do?
Well,
You still hear, like, as the initial explosion kind of drowns out any other noise, you still hear that loud sound of wind coming from the other side of the dune, and it's getting louder.
well, if there is another owl that's coming near me, I'm gonna hop onto it and
So you're making your way towards one because the other ones
yeah.
had made their way back. So one of them is coming towards you, and you're making your way towards one of them.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's like, Ella, you really can be really scary sometimes.
I know.
Everyone is growling. Just she's like
Don't
bent
turn
over,
into
just kind of almost feral looking, just growling at this.
Don't turn into a bear on top of that owl, please. I don't think it can hold it.
Okay, Duen?
I don't know what to follow that up with. I'll be quite honest.
You can't see much because, well, it's just one instance, so there's not like a wall of fire anymore. There's probably some glass at the top of the sand dune as it just instantly, like, glassed the sand. There's like billowing pillars of dark smoke that is rising into the air. You can see the charred remains of camel and rider at the top, and you can still hear kind of the screams and frenzied panic of the ones on the other side that managed to just escape.
Okay. I mean, can I fly higher? See if I can see anything past it?
Alright, sure.
Who
Go ahead and
we're
make
working
a
with?
check. As you take off onto Gildy, as you see Neredian running towards an owl coming and flying back down to swoop to try to pick her up. Elevorn and Neredian both still there. Elevorn just growling, seething with anger.
Uh, 14.
14. Through the smoke, it's difficult to see. The sound of this wind, the strong, sort of localized wind, is just beyond the smoke and is getting closer, but you can't see what it is. You can see forms and like sort of silhouettes, but you're not sure until it starts to get closer, and it seems like some things are coming fast up the other side of the hill. And it's not until they break through the smoldering and smoke that you can see what they are. It's these vehicles with kind of like, the seaplanes. They're like sort of floating leg-like things. They have
Yeah.
those, but they're flat at the bottom. There's a little area in the middle where there's a pilot or controller, it seems, of this vehicle. There's a large mast of some sort behind it where the driver is sitting. And there's a sort of little crow's nest where a second one of these desert bandit people is sort of harnessed, strapped in. And you see two of them. Elevor and Netadian, you see two of them come up as well, as you see these two vehicles kind of get airborne and turn and begin to head down towards you. And between the two of them, which are about 30, 40 feet apart, there's a large net. And Durand, you can see the mast that's behind them. It's curiously familiar to your Breeze Easy hoop.
Oh no.
And that is the source of the loud, channeled wind sound. Netadian, Elevorn, I would like you to make strength checks, please.
It's a 20, not natural.
$17.
Okay. So, Elevorn, you manage to, as these two skiffs are rocketing down way too fast for either of you to avoid or even fly up in reaction time too, you do manage to avoid getting tangled up in this net. Netadian, you barely as well are able to just kind of slip and force your way out from under as these two vehicles kind of continue and rocket down the hill in tandem. When they get to the bottom, they're 100 plus feet down, it seems like they are having... It's a difficult maneuver to turn in tandem, so they're not able to correct themselves.
Could I maybe throw my incendiary edge on either one of them?
What's the range on it?
I mean, what's the range on...
On a dagger throw?
My
I
God.
don't think a dagger throw
Oh wait,
is...
yeah, it's a range 20 and
60?
20-60, yeah.
If you want to try, it would be with disadvantage.
Well, can I, make the owl fly closer?
You're going after them?
Yeah, I'm going after them.
Alright. So,
I'm taking the
you
risk.
go after them. Durand, you see a third one of these vehicles. And you begin to hear someone shouting over the sound of it. You can barely make out the voice. Stop! Stop! Hold on! Stop! That's it. Netadian, you're heading closer?
Yeah.
Okay. So you head closer with the owl. That would bring you within... what's a giant owl's movement speed?
It's 60 feet.
60 feet. It would bring you within range, but still at disadvantage. The closest you could get would be still more than 20 feet away.
I'm gonna try it anyway.
Alright, go ahead and make an attack with disadvantage.
12.
12 does not hit.
Eh,
Unfortunately, it sticks in the ground, maybe like 15 feet where they used to be. They're moving very fast before the blade turns into a wisp of smoke and heads back to you. Or does it not? I don't think it does that unless you use the special ability, right? So it's just stuck down there near the base of the.
Oh no,
sand.
hit or miss. The
Oh,
dark
hit or miss.
turns,
Okay.
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Good. Elevorn, Durand?
After hearing that stop, I would.
Seeing there, you can see the individual smolders. Like, what? You can hear him shouting back to some of the people that have been lit up by the firestorm. Just headed back to camp. And the ones that they're kind of like helping each other back in there, trying to make it back towards the camp where they had come from, it seems. But they're on Elevorn.
I can try to, or I guess I'll tell Nera through the bracelet to come back. And Elevorn, everybody, come back.
Guess I'll go back.
Elevorn?
Yeah, I'll go towards Durand.
Okay. You guys go towards Durand as the two vehicles at the base had managed to turn around together and have reoriented themselves towards the three of you and begin to charge up the hill. They're trying to ensnare you again in this net that's between them. And as you guys are near the top of the hill,
Sorry, I was gonna say, if they're like, never mind. Go ahead.
What? No, you love. Just. What? Like, keep that in mind. I'll come back to you. You see a third one of them. You guys are kind of get a little bit showered with sand as the third one jumps the dune, clears the three of you, or two of you if Durand is still flying on Gildy, and lands with a jolt between the two of you and the two that are coming. It heads down towards them and sort of skids and slides sideways, cutting off the other two that kind of have to hurriedly and kind of uncoordinatedly just break and stop unless they collide. One of the individuals on the top loses hold of the net and it falls limply into the sand. You can see this one individual, it's clearly human. You can see he's wearing goggles, presumably to protect his eyes from the wind and sand while piloting one of these craft. And on the back of his, there is what looks like a taller than you, Durand, bipedal insect-like creature that is carrying what looks like a sort of lance or glaive of some sort. And clung on as well is this small black, like about the size of a halfling or gnome bird that's wearing a cloak. And he yells to the human, it looks like a human, yells down to the other two vehicles, "Just hold on a minute. Hold on. They're not like the others that come to. Let me talk to them." And he dismounts the thing and kind of raises his hand. It's like, "Alright, just
Calm down, no more fire, yeah?
Well, to be fair, one of yours shot first.
You got to understand I don't see too many strangers that get too close to our camp. We have to protect it from dangers and the like. And besides, we are stopped. Nobody is shooting at you now.
Well,
True.
to be honest, there is like no real perimeter over here, so I mean, I think anybody could kind of walk into your camp. Well, kinda, almost.
It is very unlikely from my experience that anybody stumbles upon a random spot in the desert without intending to. This perimeter is the sands themselves. Don't see many people this far in that don't have some sort of destination in mind. So you tell me that you honestly stumbled upon this by accident then?
Yes, of course.
Make a deception check.
I did. What do you mean? How did I plan to go through
you were
here?
looking for them. You were looking for a bandit camp this whole time.
I didn't know. I don't know they're bandits. How am I lying?
You're looking for a camp this whole time. Okay.
How dare you? This is bullshit.
Is it
honest?
Is it really? Is it honestly?
It is honest to God bullshit. I stumbled upon this place completely randomly.
You didn't go and intentionally follow a map and talk to plants and try to get.
Well, the plants didn't say, they just told what direction. It doesn't mean that they're still there or anything.
You guys can lawyer this as much as you want. You came out into the desert looking for the bandit camp.
Okay, well, if that's the case, this is the case. Yeah, I don't want to. Man, I'm tired of deceiving people and trying to be honest.
Well, I mean, you.
Just take lessons from Neridion.
Then you tell him.
Till you were supposed to make the roll.
So just simple tourists walking through the desert to enjoy the scenery then? Not looking for any thing in particular?
I mean, when you put it like that.
I'm going to be as honest with you as I can be. There's not the first ones that came out looking for any sort of bounties or revenge against me and my people. I just don't see you as necessarily being that type. And based on the display that I saw coming up this way, I'm not sure that we want to get into any sort of disagreeable situations.
We can definitely tell you that we are not bounty hunters.
That's not a lie. Truth.
That's okay. Very well then. I suppose. Dick, can you take this gift back? I'll. You guys as well can follow. I will get to know our new friends here a little better. With the sponge, you hear a clicking sound from the insectoid-like creature as it hops behind the sort of steering mechanism of this vehicle and kind of wiggles all four of its hands and grips them, and you see the bird creature walk up to the hoop section of this very large breezy hoop, and you can hear in the voice of the man that you're talking to, the bird opens his mouth and says, "Breeze." And the wind sound comes and they kind of begin to head out towards
more gentler slopes of the dunes and head back. One of them calls out, "Right outside, are you sure?" It's like, "It's okay. If I don't come back, then I'm sure you'll be seeing them soon enough, and just go and make sure that we're ready in case these fine people are not completely trustworthy." And the two other vehicles go on without them. And see him like kind of open up his clothes, and he shows that he's mostly unarmed, with the exception of a rather large-looking hunting knife. But I promise I have no intent of any sort of conflict with you, at least not here. If we can just talk a bit. Greetings. My name is Hasaid of the well, I'm sorry. My name is Hasaid of the Duen tribe. You may have known a bit of our tribesmen better as a nomads. So, as he continues to walk up the dunes to get within maybe 15-20 feet of you guys and continues up, trudging up. Might I ask what you're doing here?
I gotta like try to get Elevorn and Duran a bit closer and be more hostile, like in a hushed voice, and looking at Hassan, just like hopefully he wouldn't move. I mean, okay, we are looking for them, kinda, also, but I mean, they may or may not be involved with the slavers, but I mean, I think we should just partially tell the truth. That yes, we are looking for them. I'm not fully sure how we would go on from that necessarily.
Okay. Then I'm going to start walking towards the guy. Kind of still not quite totally normal. And I'm like, I hate this place, and that is all you need to know about me. I want to know what you have to do with the slavers, and that is all.
There he is, just dumbfounded
I'm still walking towards the guy.
Straightforward. I must be honest with you myself. I am not the keenest on locale either, but we are each dealt the hand we are dealt. No, I am not. I am probably not the one that should be answering such questions. I could direct you, perhaps, to our captain, the one who runs the tribe and all of the affairs of the Normans. I am sure he would be very interested in having a little chat with the ones who turned so many of our good warriors to ash. I mean this in no sarcastic way.
I don't want to talk to anybody else. Do you know or do you not know?
I know a little. I simply offer this as he is one who could answer you more thoroughly and probably give you the answers you're truly after. I can give you half answers that might not be satisfactory. I am, for all intents and purposes, a soldier. I do what I am told. Sometimes it does involve the slavers, sometimes it does not. But sometimes it does in ways that I am unsure of. I can tell you that we hold no kind or ill feelings towards them. They have their lives and we have ours. And we do what we can to
to survive. They are not what I would consider friends, no. But on occasion, we do provide services if the payment is correct. As I said, if you wish for more specifics, for more in-depth answers to your questions, I would highly recommend you join me and come talk to Zevak.
I'm trying to go low, maybe push Dran a little bit, like motion to Elevorn. It's like, just calm her down a bit or something. Try to.
Do you think I just have a on and off switch for Elevorn?
Yes.
I can understand if you are a bit tentative about my offers, but believe me, there is a reason I is so quick to attempt to get the little skirmish, the misunderstanding that we had, that you and some others from my tribe had to come to an end. You three I do not wish to be making you angry again. You know where we are. That is already the strongest of our defenses that you have taken away. Do not wish to see any more of my people burn.
Well, honestly, we didn't really want to, attack you anyways, and
Oh no,
you're going
believe
to
me, I understand. I understand you have arrows shot at you, you retaliated in kind. It is perfectly understandable. It is just a matter of convincing others to see things with a clear head. That and passerbys that my brothers and sisters attempt to drive off. They do not usually have such capabilities as yourself.
I'm sure. Oh, like Ella. Could you try to could you just try to calm down a bit? I mean,
Yes. There's food, water, shade, ale, if you prefer, answers, if you seek them. I do know Zavak knows about the slavers a bit more than I do. I just need to be assured that you, if you were to enter our camp, you do so in good faith.
well, Ella, are you coming up and we should just, go talk to the leader?
Is a man by the name of Yimin with you?
Oh, you know, little Yemen, do ya? He was but a bit ago, a while back. We was working with him. He's the one that made it possible for us to build the skiffs. His invention, his technology was what brought us to make a deal with him. He got a bit of cold feet, a bit worried, and I don't know. I bit paranoid, I will say. We had no intentions of him doing what he did, but stole off in the night. One day his head cut in the back and he ran off. Don't know why he would need that. He wasn't on the guard or anything. We had a simple business arrangement. But he disappeared off into the night and we looked for him. Desert's no place for one as soft as Yemen.
They're telling the truth.
What?
Can I make an insight check? How
Oh, make an
truthful is
insight check.
Oh, 17.
17. He seems honest. I honestly do not know where he is right now. We have not seen a trace of him since he stole off. It was about maybe a week and a half, 2 weeks ago perhaps. Not long after we had created the first few of the skiffs. Which is unfortunate. We really wanted to continue to work with him. But I fear either the desert itself, animal, or perhaps these slavers that you seem to be so interested in may have picked him up and picked him off. I apologize. Did you know him?
Not personally, no.
Well,
Um,
will you join me as... Will you join me and come to our camp? Certainly, we do not wish to stay too long out in this desert heat. If you approach with me and I can vouch for your intent to speak peacefully, I don't see any conflict or problem cropping up. And if it does, then I have no doubts that you will be able to handle yourselves quite well enough anyway. So, what do you have to lose?
Ella, are you calm enough? Could we?
I haven't set them on fire. I don't know what you want from me. I mean, it's not nice. It's bad. It's like, let's go.
well,
So you guys head off.
yeah.
You good? Good?
Yeah, I'm
Good to
good, I'm
go? Alright. So you guys head up the dunes down the other side, passing by just the smoldering wastes of the epic firestorm. You make your way down and towards the camp, and from the top you can see it is a rather large assortment of tents, pretty much only tents that are situated around this large oasis. And as you get closer, I love when you can see that these palm trees are large enough for your spell.
We're going to visit one.
You're not inside the camp yet.
Well-
As you do, you can see kind of passing you, keeping a wide enough berth. You see a group of people that are walking up with little like sacks and like sort of water skin like material of things walking up to cacti. Women, children going out to these marked cacti and piercing them and filling the skins with water. You see walking through like families, you see definitely a good amount of sort of mean mugging as you come in of these bandits with curved swords at their hips, but as I say, don't worry, they are not here to cause trouble. Tell me, is Zavak in his tent? Yes, last I heard, yes. Thank you. And he kind of gives them a look, gives the three of you a look. If you would follow me. And leads you to the outside of the largest tent that you've seen in this area. You can see that there's a bit of a small village feel to this area. Just out here in the middle of the desert built around this oasis. You can see they have a fair amount of camels, a few less now.
Crispy camel meat.
Outside of this tent, Hasside walks up as the little bipedal black bird, with the cloak, the kenku, comes up to him. It's like, well, no, just go on, I'll find you later. And he opens up the tent for the three of you. Please, after you. And that's where we'll pick up next time.
It's a trap.
What?
It's a bird.
trap.
Oh yeah, it's a trap. Let's just bring you into the middle of our very flammable tents to trap you.
Yeah.
Dumbest bandits ever.
I've got lots more fire. It's fine.
Yeah. Harry also has fire, so yeah, let's just burn everything down.
I have fire bolt.
It's fire, yes.
Netadion throws the dagger, explosion. Eleborn calls down literally like Revelations level hellfire from the sky. And Delon's like, pew, 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 pew. I'm helping you. Pew.
Hey, it is helping. Don't downplay his fire bolts.
Well, I can't do that again for a long time, so you know.
Hey, sorry I made Eleborn mad.
How dare you? She's a good noodle.
You're not.
She's
Sorry?
scary when she's mad.
Yeah, she is. It's always the quiet, nice ones.
Alright. Well, I
Until
got to
tomorrow.
teleport. So that was a good session.
It was.
Remember the name of Rick Vasil.
Basil?
I put it in. I put it
On
in
the
the chat.
chat.
The dragon.
The copper.
Oh, the dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, Rick
Write
Vasil.
it down.
I think he should be like a recurring character. Just flies in at random times, tells a pun, and flies away.
He blocks us from entering places until we laugh at his joke, which is. I mean, I'm not saying no, actually, it. It could be like, oh, what's up? It's you again. We're gonna befriend a dragon. Right?
Can you befriend a dragon?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, he
Why
seems
not?
kinda nice, as long as we just keep laughing at his jokes and so on, he's fine.
That's why he's in the desert. He buys slaves to have as like they just so he could they could laugh at his jokes.
Yeah, new people.
Yeah, he
laugh
just
at his
keeps them
jokes.
as joke slaves.
Horde of people. I mean, but he treats them well.
Sustenance, you will laugh.
He treats them well if they laugh. Yeah. If they don't, then that's a whole different story, but,
He just collects bards and court jesters and keeps them instead of gold in a hoard.
It's a horde of bards and jesters.
Yeah.
I require jokes.
I require. Feed me jokes.
But sire, we don't have any more jokes to tell you.
Acid breath. Actually, I just remembered one. You go out and find me the quest for the last unheard joke of this ancient copper dragon. He's heard every joke except for one. You have to find it.
One specific one, yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, 3 dragons walk into a bar.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I knew.
You must find the punchline. Like, just this burnt, like, little page of an old joke book that has, like, the first part of the joke, but the punchline's burnt off. You have to... Lost to time.
Hmm.
Alright. Good night. I will see, I guess, 2 of you tomorrow for Exiles.
Yes. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.